Peace, fellow participants at the Shangri-La Dialogue 2024, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, good friends, it is indeed a great honor for me to stand for the third consecutive time in the Shangri-La Dialogue here in Singapore. We gather here as leaders, as policymakers in the defense, security, and political field to engage in meaningful discussions which are crucial for enhancing peace and stability in our connected world. Sometimes we feel reluctant to attend these occasions because there is a danger that we do not communicate honestly and do not interact faithfully. We state our positions and we do not want to listen to opinions of others. However, today we are in a particularly sensitive moment in history. We are witnessing an increase in geopolitical tensions and continuous challenges of multilateralism due to the gravity and intensity of open conflict, blatant violations of international law, and the continued widening trust deficits between states. Distinguished participants, friends, now there is a lot of talk about the rule of law, rules-based order, etc., etc. But the geopolitical tension, the conflicts, the incidents that are happening as we sit here gives rise to disillusionment amongst many countries, especially the global south. Indonesia is of the opinion that in this world of ours that's getting smaller and smaller, collaboration, cooperation, compromise, respect for the national interest, the core concerns of others are very important in pursuing peace, security, stability, and prosperity. We are convinced that only dialogue and cooperation can be the effective tools for achieving these goals in our planet, which in reality has become smaller and smaller. Collaboration is the only way to achieve prosperity and harmony. Indonesia is firmly committed to deepening inclusive dialogue, concrete collaboration, as well as upholding international laws, especially respect for the national sovereignty of all states and the territorial integrity as enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Excellencies, the persistent conflicts around the world, most notably in Ukraine and Palestine, highlight the imperative for our continuous commitment to diplomatic dialogue and underscore the importance of international solidarity in our search for peaceful solutions. It is evident that without sustained and genuine global cooperation, achieving lasting peace in these regions will continue to be a formidable challenge. I wish to address the recent tragic events in Rafah, in Gaza, which have resulted in numerous innocent casualties, including children, women, unarmed civilians. These heartbreaking incidents compel us to urgently call for comprehensive investigation into this humanitarian disaster. Understanding the full extent of this tragedy is crucial to preventing such incidents from happening again. We are very aware that the Palestine problem is a long and historical problem. We are cognizant of the fact that both sides have legitimate concerns for their safety, for their right to exist, and for their prosperity. We are also cognizant of the fact that the resolution of this crisis must consist of mutual respect for the rights and the concerns of all parties. There cannot be a single narrative that is legitimate. As is often been repeated, Indonesia calls for a just solution to the problem, and that means the right of not only Israel to exist, but also the right of the Palestinian people to have their own homeland, their own state, living in peace. I would like now to comment on the most recent developments in the region. Why this is important for us? Because Indonesia is part of the Islamic world. Although physically we are not of the region, but what happens in the Middle East, what happens in Gaza, affect the concern of the Indonesian people. Regarding the most recent development that we have just noted, that we have just heard, that is the most recent announcement by President Biden of the United States of America on comprehensive proposals for a ceasefire in Gaza. Although we have to further study the details of this proposal put forward and announced by President Biden, we do view this proposal as an important right step in the direction that we have to go. We view this as an important step forward. We are very pleased of news reports that representatives of Hamas has also voiced a positive response to these proposals. I would like also to express today Indonesia's commitment to support a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire as an important step towards a real and lasting solution, towards real peace between Israel and Palestine, and thus real peace in the region. It has been our conviction, along with many other states in the world today, that the only real solution to a lasting peace and security for both Israel and Palestine is a two-state solution. Indonesia supports all efforts and all measures that can fasten the progress towards that final two-state solution. In the meantime, we are prepared to do whatever we can to provide humanitarian assistance, as well as, when needed and when requested by the United Nations, we are prepared to contribute significant peacekeeping forces to maintain and monitor this prospective ceasefire, as well as providing protection and security to all parties and to all sides. We are also prepared to immediately send medical personnel to operate field hospital in Gaza with the consent and agreement of all sides. We are in discussions with our partners to expedite the deployment of this medical personnel. Indonesia also is very willing to evacuate and treat wounded Palestinian civilians and those needing hospital care in Indonesian hospitals. President Joko Widodo has instructed me to announce that we are ready to evacuate, to receive, and to treat with medical care up to 1,000 patients in the immediate future. This positive move towards a comprehensive peace, towards a permanent ceasefire, in the active and effective pursuit of a lasting solution to the present problem, must be supported by the whole international community. Let us work together towards that goal. In the interest of all sides, we must do our best to achieve a real and lasting solution. 1 year ago, in the last Shangri-La Dialogue that I attended, I also proposed an immediate ceasefire, a cessation of hostilities in place in the Ukrainian situation. Since that time, many thousands more lives have been lost on both sides, including many, many innocent civilians. After 1 year, I'm still convinced that my proposal remains logical, relevant, and necessary. Necessary as an intermediate solution to this difficult, dangerous, one might even say potentially disastrous situation in the Ukraine. Yes, Indonesia is far from the region, but we view with deep sadness the humanitarian suffering, the geopolitical and economic ramifications that has impacted the
invite onto the board and Chris again
of steak knives.
And in the pursuit of U.S. strategic priorities. Mr. Secretary, we're honored to have you back at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and this podium is yours. We're looking forward to your remarks, Mr. Secretary.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is great to be back in Singapore. And I'm glad to see everyone for my third Shangri-La Dialogue as Secretary of Defense. So this is starting to be a habit. And Bastian and John told me that if I came back again this year, I'd get a free set of steak knives. So. Let me again thank IISS and our hosts for bringing us together here. This is my fourth visit to Singapore as Secretary of Defense, and I've spoken at a IISS event every time. And there really is nothing like the Shangri-La Dialogue. I'm glad that we've got a distinguished bipartisan delegation here this year from the United States Congress. And let me thank Singapore for being such an outstanding host year after year. I'm especially grateful to Senior Minister Teo and to my good friend, Minister Ang. Let me congratulate Prime Minister Wong on his new role. And you know, it's great to see so many friends and valued colleagues in Singapore, such as Deputy Prime Minister Marles and President-elect Prabowo. We've also got some great partners who are here for the first time as Ministers of Defense, including Minister Kihara, Minister Shen, Minister Collins, Minister Teodoro, Secretary Teodoro, and more. Let me also note that yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet in person for the first time with Minister Dong of the People's Republic of China. We had a frank discussion, and that's important. When we all gathered here last year, I said that the right time for defense leaders to talk is any time and every time. So there is no substitute for direct military-to-military talks between senior leaders. And there's no substitute for open lines of communication to avoid misunderstanding and miscalculations. As I've always said, dialogue is not a reward. It's a necessity. And so I look forward to more talks with the PRC. Now, I know that you've seen a lot of me in this region. This is my 10th visit to the Indo-Pacific as Secretary of Defense. And I've attended every ADMM Plus gathering on my watch. And that's because the United States is a Pacific nation. And it's because this region, more than any other, is shaping the course of this century. The United States is deeply committed to the Indo-Pacific. We are all in, and we're not going anywhere. As President Biden has said, for decades, America's enduring commitment to the region has been a springboard that's enabled transformative growth, ensured the open flow of commerce, and lifted millions of people out of poverty. In today's world, the President noted, that relationship goes both ways. The United States remains vital to the future of the region. And the region is more vital than ever to the United States of America. You know, I made my first trip to Singapore as Secretary of Defense in July of 2021, in the first months of the Biden administration. And Singapore and the region were still in the midst of the COVID pandemic. The whole audience was wearing masks. The leaders in this region were focused on how to source more vaccines and to climb out of the pandemic and open back up. But the region's recovery since then has been nothing short of inspiring. That's a reminder of how much we can achieve together and how our deep ties can let us come together during tough times. It's a reminder of how the investments that we make today can pay dividends later, and often in new and unexpected forms of cooperation. So, I'd like to summon that spirit again today. We all understand the threats and challenges of today's global security landscape. And they range from the mounting damage of climate change to the specter of pandemic disease, from nuclear dangers to terrorism and turmoil in the Middle East, from Russia's reckless war on Ukraine to actions in this region that erode the status quo and threaten peace and stability. So we've gathered at a hinge in history. But over the past few years in this region, we've risen to meet this moment together. You know, in my first speech in Singapore as Secretary of Defense, I said that our countries share the shores of the Pacific. But we also share an understanding of the power of partnership. We understand that power because we've lived it. The United States and this region are more secure and more prosperous when we work together. And over the past 3 years, we've seen just what that looks like. Like-minded countries and that is defined. The Philippines has faced is dangerous, pure and simple. And we all share an interest in ensuring that the South China Sea remains open and free. Peace and stability across this region are crucial for the whole world. It's a glimpse of a world where tyrants trample sovereign borders. A world where peaceful states live in fear of their neighbors, and a world where chaos and conquest replace rules and rights. But Russia's lawless invasion also reminds us that free countries can rally together to help the victims of aggression. You know, we've all been inspired by the courage of Ukraine's troops and the resilience of Ukraine's people. Governments and people around the world have rushed to help Ukraine defend itself, including countries across the Indo-Pacific. And the United States will continue to stand strong for a free and secure Ukraine, and for an open world of rules, rights, and responsibilities. As Prime Minister Kishida said at the White House just a few weeks ago, we must resolutely defend and further solidify a free and open international order based on the rules of law. And those principles remain vital right here in the Indo-Pacific. You know, President Marcos spoke eloquently last night about the rule of law in the South China Sea. And he's right. Every country, large or small, has the right to enjoy its own maritime resources and to freely sail and operate wherever international law allows. The harassment that the Philippines has faced is dangerous, pure and simple. And we all share an interest in ensuring that the South China Sea remains open and free. Peace and stability across this region are crucial for the whole world. Our friends in NATO, and the European Union, and the G7 know it, and so do we. So from day one, the Biden administration has emphasized that the Indo-Pacific is at the heart of U.S. strategy. Of course, we're not operating in a vacuum. Putin's imperial aggression against Ukraine has echoed around the world. So the crisis in the Middle East, or so has a crisis in the Middle East after the vile October 7th Hamas terrorist assault on Israel, and the heartbreaking loss of Palestinian civilian life in Gaza since then. Despite these historic clashes in Europe and the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific has remained our priority theater of operations. Because just as what happens in Europe and the Middle East matters to this region, the actions that we take together here will continue shaping the 21st century for the entire world. And safeguarding the security and prosperity of this region remains the core organizing principle of U.S. national security policy. So let me be clear. The United States can be secure only if Asia is secure. And that's why the United States has long maintained our presence in this region. And that's why we continue to make investments necessary to meet our commitments to our allies and partners. Of course, this starts at home. The United States military remains the most capable fighting force on earth. With the support of Congress, this administration has delivered major funding every year to keep it that way. And we've consistently linked our investments to our strategy. And I am proud that over the past 3 years, the United States has devoted historic amounts of resources towards maintaining peace, stability, and deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Over the past 3 years, we've worked together with our friends to make this region more stable, more secure, and more prosperous. So today, I want to talk not just about the principles that we share, but also about the results that we've delivered. The Department's National Defense Strategy calls U.S. alliances and partnerships our greatest global strategic advantage. And today, that's truer than ever. So together with our friends in the region, we're breaking down national barriers and better integrating our defense industries. With Japan, we're developing a glide phase interceptor to counter hypersonic threats. With India, we've made historic progress on co-producing fighter jet engines and armored vehicles. Across Southeast Asia, we're using new technology and training to uphold freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. And that includes working closely with our allies in the Philippines to field maritime defensive capabilities and expanding maritime domain awareness across the region. And this spring, President Biden secured unprecedented funding for foreign military financing in the Indo-Pacific. We're moving quickly to get those funds to our partners. The recently passed National Security Supplemental also included major investments in our submarine industrial base to help strengthen our AUKUS partnership with Australia and the United Kingdom. We're also working together to fortify the shared capacity of the defense industrial bases of our allies and partners. And that's why so many countries, including the United States, are endorsing a statement of principles today to strengthen the resilience of the region's defense industrial bases. And so we are operating with our allies and partners like never before. And that part of the new convergence means more interoperability, more advanced capabilities, and more security. With Japan and the Republic of Korea, we have created a multi-year trilateral exercise plan. This highlight is a new named exercise that will allow our countries to train together in unprecedented ways. With the Philippines, Australia, France, and more than a dozen observer countries, we just concluded the biggest Balakatan exercise yet. We're also making huge strides in two other major multinational exercises. Super Garuda Shield in Indonesia and Cobra Go in Thailand. Both now have higher participation levels than before the pandemic. And they're both getting larger and more complex. We've also secured a series of historic agreements with our allies and partners to transform our force posture throughout the Indo-Pacific. With Japan, we're forward stationing the most advanced formation in the United States Marine Corps. With the Philippines, we're expanding U.S. rotational access to 4 new sites through our enhanced defense cooperation agreement. With Papua New Guinea, we finalized an historic defense cooperation agreement last year. And with Australia, we're moving out on major posture initiatives in every domain. So these agreements are historic. And they're just the starting point. We are on the verge of even more powerful changes to our posture and presence in the Indo-Pacific. These changes rest on new and future arrangements among our Indo-Pacific allies and partners, as well as with our European partners. You can see this growing trend in the new reciprocal access arrangement between Japan and Australia. And it's creating unprecedented opportunities. As these efforts mature, they will mean more seamless combined operations throughout the region. And the new convergence of overlapping and mutually reinforcing security institutions will amplify these activities. With Tokyo and Seoul, we're sharing early warning data on North Korean missiles in real time. We're advancing our partnership with Australia and Japan on an integrated air and missile defense architecture. With the Quad, we're helping our partners sharpen their operational picture of their exclusive economic zones through the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. We're also investing with ASEAN in training and educational opportunities for the future defense leaders of Southeast Asia. So together, this new convergence has helped us make historic progress in the past 3 years. And we've strengthened stability on the Korean Peninsula. We've supported the status quo across the Taiwan Strait. And we've stood up for the rule of law in the South China Sea. Now, sustaining this progress will take teamwork. It will take resolve, and it will take leadership. I mean, the kind of leadership that we saw at Camp David last year, when President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida, and President Yoon began a new era of trilateral partnership among the United States, Japan, and the ROK. The kind of leadership that we saw from Indonesia, and Vietnam, and Malaysia, when they resolved long-standing maritime boundary disputes. And the kind of leadership that we've seen from President Marcos, who spoke so powerfully last night about how the Philippines is standing up for its sovereign rights under international law. And so that's why my belief in the power of partnership has never wavered. In fact, my belief has only grown after 41 years in uniform and more than 3.5 years as Secretary of Defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the progress that we've made together is built to last. Not just for the next year, but for the next decade and beyond. And America will continue to play a vital role in the Indo-Pacific. Together with our friends across the region that we share. The United States, across the United States government, across our political landscape, you'll find a strong and bipartisan commitment to the Indo-Pacific. Now, critics and propagandists will still oppose the principles that drive convergence. They will continue to reject the rule of law, and they will try to impose their will through coercion and aggression. But the Indo-Pacific's new convergence points to a better future for all of our countries. That means a future of fresh and growing partnerships. A future where long-standing friendships grow into even deeper forms of cooperation. A future where every country can defend itself. And a future where like-minded countries are more connected than ever. Now, that's the future that all of our people deserve. And together, we're making it real. Together, we're investing in the capabilities that promote lasting security and stability. And together, we're ensuring that the Indo-Pacific will remain open and free. And so I am more determined than ever to build on these historic results of the past 3 years. I am more proud than ever of what we have achieved together. And I am more optimistic than ever about what lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Secretary Austin, thank you very much for those remarks. I think you made a very interesting point about the evolution from a hub and spokes model to the convergence of overlapping initiatives that you explained in your remarks, the common purpose that you see around shared interest and values. You gave us important examples of progress that has been made around exercises, around military to military contacts, defense industrial resilience you mentioned, posture changes you mentioned, and you spoke at the end there about fresh and growing partnerships for that common purpose. So all those are points to pick up on. We will now have a few questions. We'll take a few individual questions and we might start grouping a few of them together. The list is getting longer by the second. The first person I'd like to...
So it's a good time to stop then.
We've got a bit of time. So the first one I'd like to ask is Trisha Ray from India and from the Young Leaders Program. Trisha, your microphone is live.
Thank you. Trisha Ray from the Atlantic Council. Secretary Austin, my question for you is there enough momentum in the US's Indo-Pacific strategy and the network of complementary and overlapping institutions, as you mentioned, to ensure continuity irrespective of the results of the US election?
I think there is significant momentum. I think a good example is the relationship that we enjoy with India right now is as good as or better than our relationship has ever been. It's really strong. You know, several years ago, we set out with a notion to gain approval for India to build jet engines for fighter aircraft in India. I served on the board of a company that makes jet engines for fighter aircraft, and I know how difficult this was going to be. And we were hopeful but very skeptical that we could get this across the finish line. We did it. That's happening. As I said in my speech, we're co-producing armored vehicles with India. So the anchors of our progress are sunk pretty deep throughout the region. And they're based on a common vision and common values. And so I believe that the momentum that we see is going to not only continue, but that flywheel is going to pick up speed because this benefits us all. But to answer your question, yes, I do think that this will be lasting. You didn't ask me about who I thought would win the election, but I'll be willing to share that with you. So.
Thank you very much, Secretary. The next question from South Korea, Chung Min Lee.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for your wonderful speech. The U.S. has always said that the ROK is a linchpin of Asian policy and security in the region. And yet, unlike AUKUS, the U.S. has been quite lukewarm to South Korea's desire to have nuclear-powered submarines. So my question to you, sir, is if the South Korean government officially asks Washington for its support in building nuclear-powered submarines for the ROK Navy, would you support such an initiative? Thank you.
Well, I would tell you that, and I see Deputy Prime Minister Maul sitting right in front of you there, but the initiative that we've taken on with Australia and the UK is one that will provide stability and security, assist in providing stability and security for the region for decades to come. This is a generational investment. This is no small endeavor. It is very, very difficult to go through each piece of this. And so we've just started down this path with Australia. Highly doubtful that we could take on another initiative of this type anytime in the near future. But I would also point out, and you mentioned this earlier, what a strong ally the ROK is for us, and the fact that we have depended on each other and will continue to depend on each other for the foreseeable future. And we're seeing so many positive things in the region. The relationship, the improving relationship between Japan, the ROK, and the U.S. I mean, this trilateral relationship is where it, in my view, has never been in recent past. So it's, taking on that kind of endeavor on top of what we're working through right now, I think would be very, very difficult for us. So.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to, from Vietnam, Big Chan, please.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, you mentioned the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. So the program has delivered radio frequency data to regional maritime agencies. So this sounds very similar to what the U.S. has already doing with Sea-Vision, the online platforms. So my question is that how does AEP MDA differentiate itself from existing initiative, and how it will be involved to remain responsive to maritime challenges? Thank you.
I think I missed the question here, so could you just repeat the question?
Yes, so I would like to know your thought on how the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness different from existing initiative, because what it has been doing is very similar to the Sea-Vision platform, then how it will evolve. Yeah. Thank you.
There are some similarities in current capabilities, but the idea here is that we work together to increase capabilities going forward, and we use that mechanism to do that. And this is not focused just on one particular element of technology. This is focused eventually on a full range of possibilities that we can bring together. And the more, the merrier, quite frankly. The more that we can share this with other countries in the region, the better it is for all of us. So we're off to a great start. And I think we have a lot of opportunities to continue to build on this going forward. And we're going to do just that.
Thank you very much. And we have from the US and CNN, Ivan Watson. Ivan, your microphone is live.
Yeah. Thank you. Secretary Austin, last night the Philippine president was asked about the ongoing sparring going on in the South China Sea between the Philippines and China, and about the potential scenario of a Filipino citizen or service member being killed. He said that would cross the Rubicon. It would be interpreted as an act of war. And he anticipated that treaty allies would hold that to the same standard. How would you interpret that type of scenario? Would the US government interpret a death at sea as an act of war? And would that invoke a mutual defense treaty?
Let me begin by saying that our commitment to the Mutual Defense Treaty is ironclad. No questions, no exceptions, ironclad. I won't speculate on any hypothetical situation. What I would say, though, is that what we are doing and what we continue to try to do is to make sure that that doesn't happen. And by increasing dialogue between major powers and making sure that countries are working together to promote freedom of the seas and freedom of the skies, that will narrow the possibility that this happens. There are a number of things that can happen at sea or in the air. We recognize that. But our goal is to make sure that we don't allow things to spiral out of control unnecessarily. And again, I will not speculate on any one thing or another. I will continue to emphasize that our commitment to the Mutual Defense Treaty is ironclad.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from China, Senior Colonel Yang Chong Kao, please.
Thank you, host. Mr. Secretary of Defense, as we know, the United States has the largest alliance system in the world, including NATO, and is pushing for further integration of its allies in the Asia-Pacific region. My question is the United States planning to build a NATO-like alliance system in the Asia-Pacific region? The eastward expansion of NATO has led to the Ukraine crisis. What implications do you think the strengthening of the U.S. alliance system in the Asia-Pacific will have on this region's security and stability? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
I respectfully disagree with your point that the expansion of NATO caused the Ukraine crisis. The Ukraine crisis was... Ukraine crisis obviously was caused because Mr. Putin made a decision to unlawfully invade his neighbor, who had an inferior military at that point in time. He assumed that he could very quickly roll over his neighbor and annex the country. That was 2+ years ago. He has not achieved any of his strategic objectives to this point. But this was brought on because of a decision made by Mr. Putin. As to whether or not we're trying to create a NATO in the Indo-Pacific, I would tell you that what we're doing is what I said earlier in the speech. Countries of like-minded countries with similar values and a common vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific are working together to achieve that vision. And we've strengthened relationships with our allies and partners, and we see other countries strengthening their relationships with each other in the region. This is goodness. But it's because they have a common vision and common values. And we will continue to do those kind of things going forward.
Thank you. And from Malaysia and the Young Leaders Group, Benedict Verasena.
Thank you, Secretary Austin, for the engaging and enlightening remarks. My question is on the point of convergence, which you brought up toward the end of your speech. You know, convergence is a very subjective principle indeed. So what is your view on the principle of convergence in a multipolar world with the rise of middle powers, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, which seems in contestation with the idea of convergence under a unipolar world in the past 3 decades? Thank you.
How strong is that force of convergence while we see middle powers rising and becoming more assertive?
Thanks. I think that this convergence is indeed, it's very strong, and it's driven not by a singular treaty. It's driven by a desire for countries, like-minded countries, to work together to ensure that we maintain the vision of an open and free Indo-Pacific and maintain a rules-based international order. And I think because of that, we'll see the momentum increase in a very positive manner. But yes, I do think this is a strong movement, and I think Again, it will occur over time, but in the last 3 years alone, all of the things that I described earlier have occurred in 3 years. I would say that's momentum, and there will be other countries that want to do other things, and that's clearly understood. And as I said, there will be pundits and propagandists who have a different view, and that's fine. We welcome that. But the fact of the matter is, countries in this region really want to protect their fishing rights, their exclusive economic zones, and they really want to prosper. And we want that for them as well. Their neighbors want that for them. So I think there's strength here. Things won't necessarily occur overnight in a lot of cases, but again, in the last 3 years, we've seen some remarkable things. So.
Thank you. From France, Céline Payon, please.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary Austin, thank you very much for your opening remarks. You rightfully underlined the importance of the strategic partnership. You referred to new and future arrangements with Indo-Pacific partners and also European partners. So my question is, what are your expectations vis-à-vis European partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific theater? Thank you.
Well, I don't want to embarrass them by having them raise their hand, but I would tell you that there are a number of defense ministers from Europe in the room with us today. They're not in the room because I invited them. They're in the room because they have an interest in this region. And, you know, as I engage with my counterparts in Europe, I see an increasing interest in the region and to make sure that things continue to move in the right direction. Even though there's a pretty significant challenge in Europe right now. But I just have to tell you that I see that interest as increasing going forward, not decreasing. So.
Thank you very much. We'll take a question from New Zealand. Susanna Jessup, please.
Secretary Austin, thank you very much for your remarks. I wonder if you could detail efforts the US is undertaking to de-escalate tensions in your dialogue and engagement with China. Are there any areas giving you hope that regional tensions are not eventually going to spill over into kinetic conflict? Thank you.
You're asking if I would detail my conversation with Minister Dong? Is that what you asked?
If you don't mind.
The short answer is no, but the reason for that is I certainly, we both want to make sure that we maintain an open dialogue here. The key piece here, the key issue is that we're talking. And as long as we're talking, we're able to identify those issues that are troublesome, and that we want to make sure that we in place guardrails to ensure that there are no misperceptions and no miscalculations, and incidents can spiral out of control in a region. But you can only do that kind of thing if you are talking. And you'll recall, you've heard me say every year at this dialogue, you've heard me talk about the importance of making sure that those communications channels are open. And I told Minister Dong that if he calls me on an urgent matter, I will answer the phone. And I certainly hope that he'll do the same. And it's that communication that I think that will help to keep things in the right place and help us move things towards greater stability and security in the region. But I know that you didn't expect for me to detail my conversation with him anyway, but we did talk about a number of substantive issues that are important to both of us. And again, We will continue to work. We both want to make sure that the channels stay open, and hopefully they will. We'll continue to work on these issues between me and him, but also with our staffs and subordinates as well. So.
Thank you very much. And we have a question from the UK and the ISS. Viraj Solanki, please. Viraj.
Thank you, Bastian, and thank you, Secretary Austin. Mr. Secretary, how do you see prospects for the Quad grouping of the US, Australia, Japan, and India? There's not been a leadership-level summit this year due to scheduling issues, and do you think the group needs to develop a more overt, security-focused agenda to stay relevant, and how does it compare and contrast to the new quadrilateral grouping established, the so-called Squad of US, Japan, Australia, and the Philippines? Thank you.
So the question is, as far as the Quad is concerned, should we have more of a security focus? I think there is a security focus, and of course I engage with my counterparts in each of those countries routinely. But there's an important point here. The United States military is a big hammer, and each of these countries have big hammers in their militaries. But that hammer is not the only solution to every problem, or it's not the only solution to most problems. We want to make sure that everything that we're doing, we're taking a whole of government approach, that we're using all the instruments of national power in every case to address issues, but also grow together in terms of the ability to share capabilities and develop capabilities together. So I think this whole of government issue is very, very important. And quite frankly, we're hopeful that we see that in more places around the region as well. So that's like 100 questions now?
Well, we'll take one last one, if you don't mind. We're still in the double digits, so we're okay. We'll take one more from Indonesia. Devi Fortuna Anwar, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Bastian. Secretary, I really enjoyed your speech, but I noticed that you very carefully avoided mentioning China when you talk about Strait of Taiwan or about the South China Sea issues. And there's no mention about the US-China strategic competition. So it is really a sign of, following from the earlier question from New Zealand, of de-escalating of tension between Washington and China, which of course would be very welcome to this part of the world, which is always very worried about the intensification of tension. But on the other hand, if Washington and Beijing are talking closely to each other again, while at the same time, coercive policies in the South China Sea continues, how will this, how will you manage this? Because we are also worried if you guys get too cozy, we also get trampled.
Well, it's clear that, I've said this a number of times, that what we're looking for and what we have, quite frankly, in our relationship with China is a relationship based upon competition. And we're not looking for a contentious relationship. But I really, and to the point that you're making, we really have to be clear about our expectations and the issues that we see that are very, very troubling. And if we have an open dialogue, we can address those issues in those channels. And as you would imagine, Minister Dong and I had the ability to address some of those issues yesterday. I look forward to doing that going forward. We continue to work with countries in the region, like the Philippines and others, so many others, to address their concerns and to ensure that their rights are protected and they have access to their economic zones and that sort of thing. So this is a piece of work that's going to continue on, but we want a relationship that's based upon competition and not a contentious relationship. You've also heard me say a number of times that, war or a fight with China is neither imminent, in my view, or unavoidable. So leaders of great power nations need to continue to work together to ensure that we're doing things to reduce the opportunities for miscalculation and misunderstandings. And every conversation is not going to be a happy conversation, but it is important that we continue to talk to each other. And it is important that we continue to support our allies and partners on their interests as well. And with that, I'll stop.
Secretary Austin, thank you so much. What a marvelous way to kick off today's deliberations. Just to reassure you, there were 20 more who were seeking the floor. So apologies to those who we weren't able to get to, but there are obviously more opportunities. So I'd like to invite you to join me in thanking Secretary Austin for the wonderful way in which he engaged with all the questions and helped us kick off the 21st ISS Shangri-La Dialogue. We now have a very quick staging break, and then we'll go straight into the next plenary session. Thank you very much.
Of those who wish to ask a question after our three distinguished panelists have spoken. Remember, as my successor, Dr. Bastian Gigerich, said in the previous session, it's only 2 steps. Take your badge, put it in the microphone, press the button, it'll turn green. That does not mean the microphone is on. It only means you've joined the queue. And then when I call your name, your microphone will automatically turn on. I do have the unilateral power additionally to turn it off should you turn your question into a speech, but we would like to get a dozen questions or so following the 3 speeches that we have here this morning. And I'm delighted briefly to introduce them in the order that they will appear at that podium to give their remarks. We're delighted the 2nd year in a row to have Nobel Peace Prize winner Dr. José Ramos Horta, president of Timor-Leste, who gave an inspiring talk last year, and he is now perhaps 1 year closer to having his country join the Association of Southeastern Nations, otherwise known by its famous acronym ASEAN. It's a delight also to have on the stage Sébastien Lecornu, Minister of the Armed Forces of France. He attended his first Shangri-La Dialogue only weeks after becoming Defense Minister, and on a weekend that more or less corresponded to his own birthday. That was splendid to have him here for, as it turned out, the whole weekend. We missed him last year because he was home dealing with what the French call la loi de programmation militaire, in other words, the French defense budget. And every defense minister who is here in this hall knows you do not want to be too far away from your Minister of Finance when your defense budget is being discussed in the Parliament. And honored and delighted too to see with us here the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Shin Won-sik. We met in his office a couple of months ago in Seoul and had a very detailed 45-minute meeting on the threats in the region as perceived by the Republic of Korea. So I look forward very much to his remarks. And now that the room is settled and nearly everybody is in their seat, could I invite President José Ramos Horta to take the podium and give us his remarks, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Good morning, Excellencies, warmest greetings to all. my profuse appreciation to Singapore authorities for the warm welcome, to IISS Secretariat for the flawless arrangements. In the midst of the heartbreaking stories of human suffering caused by the insanity of the wars in Myanmar, Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and as the darker clouds are forming above us, I should share with you some good news of my country. In Timor-Leste, we are at peace, living in total tranquility with ourselves, with our neighbors, Indonesia and Australia, with whom we have an active defense and security partnership. ASEAN Leaders Summit in November 2022 in Phnom Penh unanimously endorsed Timor-Leste's stated desire to join the organization. We're making impressive progress in implementing the roadmap approved by ASEAN leaders in the Labuan Bajo Summit in May 2023. As tropical islanders, we are naturally slow, relaxed, good at improvising, but ASEAN membership is already transforming us. We see more discipline, more planning, and better execution. We are working around the clock towards 2025 formal admission as ASEAN's 11th member. We profusely thank ASEAN Secretariat for their constant guidance. Indonesia and Singapore are providing comprehensive packages of capacity upgrading of our civil servants, diplomats, young leaders. We are grateful to all who have offered support to improve our human resources. In 2023, we were rated 10th globally in media freedom, a top-performing democracy in Asia. But frankly, I would have preferred to be ranked best-performing economy and corruption-free. We are at peace. We do not have a political, ethnic, or religious-based violence. We do not have organized crime. But here I probably would admit that the absence of organized crime has more to do with the fact that we are generally disorganized, and our criminals are also not very organized. Because you have to be really organized to be a criminal. We do not have a serious human trafficking cases where minor drug trafficking, negligible cannabis consumption. We are 99.6% Catholics with small Protestant and Muslim minorities living in perfect harmony. This is Timor-Leste. Visit us. There is a weekly flight, Singapore-Dili, daily flights, Bali-Dili, Darwin-Dili. His Majesty Sultan of Brunei Darussalam recently visited us, and he thoroughly loved the experience. Foreign Minister Dr. Vivian visited us a few months ago. He liked it so much, ended up staying 4 days. His Holiness Papa Francisco is visiting us in September. His Majesty King Felipe of Spain promised me that he will visit in the near future. We are planning for President Marcos Jr.'s visit. At independence in 2002, we had the wisdom and courage to pursue national healing and reconciliation. This is a sine qua non condition for peace and stability. But we also owe much to our neighbors, Australia, Indonesia, friends in Asia, Africa, Europe, Latin America, for the peace and progress of the last 22 years. Excellencies, Timor-Leste, we do not face or fear conventional security threats. We are friends of all, we have and enemies of no one. But we do face plunder of our living maritime resources. Illegal fishing in the Timor Sea is rampant, and it costs us annually an estimated $200 million in lost revenues. In regional maritime security, it does not require a PhD dissertation to figure out that small insular countries cannot afford costly strategies and equipment to protect the resources in our vast EEZ. Maritime security requires supporting air surveillance, intercept capabilities. We advocate transparent maritime security arrangements with countries sharing the Timor Sea with us. Excellencies, I haven't done a thorough reading of all the ongoing hot wars, low-intensity conflicts, latent threats, and high risk of war in our region and in the world at large. But I am very informed on the endless wars in Myanmar, Gaza, Ukraine, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Sudan, to name some of the ongoing catastrophes. Being attentive to humanity's achievements and the tragic failures. In addition to man-made catastrophes all throughout the world, we can all feel the effects of decades of human desecration of Mother Earth. However we may wish to define the conflict situation in the Asia region, the reality is that they all carry human cost, loss of lives, properties, and lives and property, destabilize communities, cause high level of displacement of people, exacerbate states' fragility, impede economic recovery, weaken national authorities, undermine law and order, sow chaos, cause fragmentation of countries that otherwise are a rich tapestry of ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious diversity. We know about the unresolved land and maritime border disputes, the high tensions and flare-ups between heavily armed forces, and the risks of conflict escalation. The combined Asian standing armies is almost half the combined force of Africa, Latin America, and Western allies. We can indulge in reading about the vast array of weapons at the disposal of Asian powers. It is mind-boggling. It should help us all not to forget past catastrophes, past wars in Asia, and the catastrophic consequences of human lives lost and destruction of infrastructure. The wars, the past wars in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, the Khmer Rouge killing field, the never-ending wars in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Yemen, etc., should remind all about the cause of wars. In our region, let's imagine scenarios of miscalculation in the Korean Peninsula or in South China Sea. Let's imagine a nervous pilot flying over and through contested South China Sea, firing missiles at a perceived hostile aircraft. Hopefully, there is a system of communication between military and political leaders that may be promptly activated to clarify and de-escalate the crisis. Consultations on the code of conduct in the South China Sea should be intensified. Active dialogue and bilateral negotiations between claimant states on South China Sea must be intensified, always in good faith and avoiding fait accompli so as to maintain trust. Ideally, in a romantic world, the South China Sea should be a zone of peace and fraternity, regionally managed and free of permanent military installations. I wonder if, in the euphoric days of the dismantling of the Berlin Wall and the Warsaw Pact, NATO planners dealing with extreme and understandable pressures from the newly liberated Soviet captive states demanding to join the EU and NATO, did ask themselves how far, how deep NATO can encroach into Russia's legitimate security arc. I wonder if, when considering a response to NATO's audacious eastward movement, was President Putin thoroughly briefed about the state of his armed forces, the state of Ukraine's armed forces, equipment, manpower, leadership, and the potential catastrophe unleashed by an invasion of Ukraine? Obviously, we know that considerations of the UN Charter international law are mere details. They never really enter into the reflection and debate within military political circles when considered to invade or launch some military operation. Often we overestimate our own forces, preparedness, our sustained capabilities, underestimate the other side. This has been a historical mistake. Napoleon, Hitler regretted their decision to invade Russia. Leaders of the defunct USSR surely regretted their temerity in invading Afghanistan in 1979. I'm sure US and NATO allies regret not to have retained the Afghanistan lessons of history when they went into Afghanistan 20 years ago. We all know about how countries often react to the suspicion when a neighbor requires new advanced military equipment or sign on defense agreements with a particular neighbor. Dialogue, consultation, transparency are part of conflict prevention syllabus. In view of the above, can we prevent conflict, de-escalate tensions, prevent wars? There are no magic or easy prescriptions, and there are no lacking of national, regional, and multilateral mechanisms. Unfortunately, there are too many examples of how even the world's best mediators fail to bring all parties to dialogue and end the war because those involved did not listen, each side overestimating their own strength. Often politicians do not listen to their generals. The Gaza catastrophe could have been avoided if the Palestinian leadership were united, principled but pragmatic, moderate, conciliatory, focusing on turning Gaza and West Bank into models of peace and reconciliation, good governance, freedom, prosperity, and respecting Israel's right to live in security. However, Israel also chose to undermine the Palestinian Authority, chose to support radical Islamist Hamas as a way to undermine the two-state solution. And Hamas, supported by Iran, waged a vicious campaign against the Palestinian Authority, expelling it from Gaza, and used Gaza as a springboard to continue to harass Israel. There has to be a way forward. Israel has the right to live in peace and security within the pre-1967 borders. A sovereign Palestinian state is built on the Saudi Arabia peace plan. Iran desists from destabilizing Arab neighbors. Myanmar is another case of failed conflict prevention, but as the Tatmadaw faced real risk of implosion, there is a unique opportunity for a mediated resolution that would prevent the conflict from spiraling out of control. The only valid, still workable proposal on the table is the ASEAN 5-point consensus. We must all seriously reflect on the international community's abysmal failure in preventing the current conflicts, and we must rethink conflict prevention and mediation mechanisms, both regional and at global level, so we can do better in the future. For the ongoing wars, those involved must pause and ask themselves, when will we stop all this death and destruction? Are we going to continue this madness, the further destruction of our cities and the death of our people? Or all sides should agree to a humanitarian pause of at least 6 months to care for the dead, wounded, orphans, reunite families, restart schools, reactivate essential services and the economy and international trade. During this period, let mediators facilitate, to go between, explore ideas for a comprehensive plan. I apologize that I have past the 10-minute prescribed to me, almost exactly now. Thank you, and I apologize that I don't think I have contributed much to guide you out of the dark tunnel into a beautiful, shining day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, there'll be a variety of questions asked about that, and I want to certainly ensure that people pick up your call for the so-called intensification of the Code of Conduct discussions. It has been well over a decade since those began. I hope there will be a good idea on exactly how you intensify it and whether the code as presently drafted can actually serve the purposes that it was initially intended to do. With that, could I invite Minister of the Armed Forces of France, Sébastien Lecornu, to take the floor. Thank you very much, sir. Oui, oui.
Dear friends, it is an honor to be in front of you today in Singapore. I would like to commend the Singapore authorities and thank them for the way they've welcomed us. And also a warm thank you for the organizers of this indispensable meeting. And thank you very much to John as well, who is enough of a friend to facilitate this roundtable. Last year, indeed, I had to skip this meeting to get 413 billion euro for the French defense, and I had missed the meeting. So I hope you will accept my apologies. Improving crisis management with increasing competition. I know for a fact that when speaking, most speakers forget about the main topic and speak about something different. But if you'll allow me, I will try and stop for a few minutes on the topic you've picked for today. It is not a current one, and I think it feeds lots of worries. Maybe, John, you could have been even more careful by suggesting that in this very competitive context, we're able not to hinder what already exists when it comes to crisis management. And if I were to go for a bit of banter, having the French Minister of the Armed Forces a few days before the Olympic Games in Paris is a challenge in and of itself, because we have something that is getting organized in a difficult international context, but with security challenges that still exist. So when I was giving some thought as to what I wanted to say today, the first challenge of the times we are experiencing is selfishness. Selfishness is an easy trait to get for human beings. We are experiencing tough time, conflicts are more numerous, and the mechanism we already have were designed when the world was more or less at peace. We had more time, we had more money to invest to be better trained and better prepared. And when the situation is getting tougher, there is a reflex in people that is becoming more national and forgetting about the mechanisms. And I'm having a look at Josep Borrell, who's here, and my counterpart from the Netherlands. It's been an actual challenge from COVID to the war in Ukraine to protect unity amongst European countries, but beyond this, making sure that the European political project is giving some results and make sure that we do not get to close our minds. We have managed to do so, but it has been a challenge. And in the Indo-Pacific, this is also a challenge when it comes to humanitarian disasters. Let me remind you of what happened in Vanuatu, in the Tonga. Let's not forget our friends from Papua New Guinea, who are facing a terrible, terrible disaster. And even though competition and wars are coming back, everything that is connected to rising sea levels and climate change in general and civil security that is being challenged, these are challenges that we have in front of us. And no matter our political parties, no matter our own conviction, our populations want us to bring out results, which is why President Macron decided to send a jet, an A400M, from our overseas territory to get some humanitarian goods to Papua New Guinea. We have to make sure that we make these mechanisms more sustainable for the future. And you'll see in the future that very punctual decisions we made are going to become more sustainable and are going to become mechanisms. The second risk is selfishness, but selfishness used as a strategy. A strategy that is out in the open, and it relies on this principle. Considering there is increasing competition, let's not rely on partnerships anymore. And one country, because of its culture, will make sure never to give this up. and it is France on a very precise topic. It is the fight against terrorism, and I want to commend my predecessor, Florence Parly, who is in the room. The 2015 terrorist attack, the fight against terrorism in the Levant, in the Sahel, in Afghanistan. It is clear we have terrorist groups that are reorganizing themselves in a more international jihadist structure. And from 9/11 to today, there's something we have made a lot of headways on. It is the interconnections between intelligence services. And no matter interferences, no matter the differences that we can witness at the UN General Assembly when it comes to the economy or any other topic, there is one topic that shows an actual partnership of all countries. It is the fight against terrorism. But now one needs to ask themselves whether these partnerships for terrorism are still strong as they used to be. As France as a country has been heavily criticized because it was in touch with Moscow and with Russian authorities because of the terrorist attacks that were perpetrated at the Crocus City Hall. But the French intelligence services did have elements that would be elements of proof to get the truth about the attacks. And we have decided, despite the strong differences, to say the least, that we have with Vladimir Putin, to give to the Russian Federation the information we had about the terrorist attack. And this is one very practical example for this roundtable of a partnership that we can have with increasing competition, terrorism, the fight against organized crime. And President, Excellency, I was listening to you, illegal fishing, that is an actual plight in the Northern Pacific, but also in the South Pacific. We will not be able to fight against illegal fishing and what is going on at sea if we do not work together at a very high level. Same goes for drug trafficking, armed trafficking, human trafficking. All that we do to fight against this needs to be protected. And let's not be selfish with technological jumps. Technology is being developed as we speak. And with the topic that was picked for today, artificial intelligence in the future will mean solutions. And for decision makers, but also for NGOs and firms, large companies, solutions and tools to be able to keep moving forward. So states, because of what is going on at the moment, should not hinder partnerships and show a lack of generosity. So I am speaking for France right now, but I'm pretty sure that my European counterparts in the room do agree. Our roadmap has not changed. Fighting against selfishness was my first point, but also fighting against a form of selfishness that would be getting back to the past, and that would be an actual disaster. Third risk, to keep working on the proposals, on the proposal that was given to us. Dear John, we do not have an obligation to get used to this increasing competition. Of course, I'm a French minister and very fond of General de Gaulle at that, who is speaking. But the alignment, the bloc theory, and a world that works that way is not unavoidable. We can avoid this situation. And I think that the Shangri-La Dialogue is participating in this, but also with the conversations, the more private ones that are happening at all the floors in this hotel. But the Cold War is over, and now this idea of blocks that is moving towards the North Pacific. We are a country of the Pacific with our overseas territories. We are a member of the Security Council of the UN. We know for a fact that a bloc opposing themselves is not a solution. So it is our responsibility to find avenues and new pathways to fight against this logic. And I know that I have gone over time, but let's not try and replace what international organizations do, what ASEAN is doing, is moving the right way, but diplomacy is not enough. We need to have very practical ways to make sure we keep these multilateral organizations alive, which is why our French Navy is involved with a lot of ships, a lot of people, a lot of technical steps. The same goes for humanitarian mechanisms, making sure that humanitarian law is abided by. In the Red Sea, we were mentioning maritime security from a very theoretical standpoint. We were maybe thinking about one given sea and realized that it happens in the Red Sea. And now Europe is looking at the Indo-Pacific region with war navies that are now have to act in self-defense to defend trade ships. If we want a better world, we need to make sure that international law is implemented. This also works for UNIFIL at the Lebanese border, where you have French forces working under a UN mandate where we are trying to de-escalate the situation. So if I were to sum up what I've just said, let's not accept any double standards. And this will be my conclusion. As for crisis management with increasingly serious crisis, the solution is in international law, and the fact that double standards are not to be accepted is absolutely key. You had a very good roundtable about nuclear proliferation. Our South Korean colleague will be taking the floor in a few minutes, and I think that nuclear powers have a special responsibility in the fight against proliferation. I'm saying so as a nuclear country. Our American and British friends know so. Our Russian and Chinese friends know so as well. They know that proliferation in North Korea, is also a matter of concern. No double standards. In international law, I could have spoken about Gaza and a number of topics, but this is my contribution for the topic you have chosen for today.
So thank you very much for addressing at speed such a wide array of issues. There's so many things we could pick out from your remarks, but I thought it was interesting you essentially ended with a reflection on the lack of active arms control arrangements, whether in the North Atlantic Theater, the Greater Middle East Theater, or indeed the Indo-Pacific. That so-called Cold War habit of regular arms control has entirely dissipated from our lexicon and our activity, and reviving an arms control activity relevant to this region and indeed others, I think, will be one of the tasks for effective crisis management. With that, could I invite the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea? Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning. This is the Minister of National Defense of the Republic of Korea. First of all, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the 21st anniversary of the Shangri-La Dialogue. It is my great pleasure to deliver my speech here at the internationally recognized Shangri-La Dialogue, the largest security conference in Asia. Allow me to offer my special congratulations and thanks to Executive Chairman Dr. John Chipman, Chief Executive Bastian Gigrich, and the staffs of the IISS, as well as to Senior Minister, His Excellency Teo Chi-hyun, Minister of Defense, His Excellency Ng Eng-hen, and government officials of the Republic of Singapore. Distinguished guests, recently, the international community is facing complex security crises. The sense of international security crisis is escalating as the war in Ukraine and the Israel-Hamas armed conflict become protracted. In addition, the unconventional security threats such as infectious disease, cyber terrorism, and climate change are deepening the uncertainties. The Indo-Pacific region is no exception to these situations. The intensification of strategic competition and escalation of regional security concerns are strengthening the convergence within blocs and exacerbating conflict composition. Furthermore, conflicts and disputes stemming from historical and geopolitical factors are weakening the will and motivations of the countries in the region to cooperate with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the situation on the Korean Peninsula is even graver. Despite the strong opposition from the international community, North Korea is continuing to advance its nuclear and missile capabilities. They are developing various missiles that can be used as nuclear delivery measures and have already had 12 missile launches this year alone. On top of that, they launched a rocket using ballistic missile technology that violates UN Security Council resolution, claiming that it was a reconnaissance satellite. North Korea's reckless development of nuclear and missile program, which can strike all the countries represented here, poses an existential threat to us. And as such, it is a direct challenge against the peace in the Indo-Pacific region and the world. Meanwhile, North Korea's development of nuclear and missile program is aggravating the human rights situation in North Korea. The Kim Jong-un regime, obsessed with the development of its nuclear and missile program, is aggravating the lives of its people who have long suffered from food shortage and economic crisis. The human rights crisis and nuclear and missile issues in North Korea all arise from the same root of continued dictatorship. And they are in an inseparable relationship like two sides of a coin. Distinguished guests, today, we see more evidence that the weapons used by Russia to attack Ukraine were illegally imported from North Korea. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council, Russia should serve as a guardian of global peace. Yet, they are receiving weapons from a regime that violates numerous UNSC resolutions. It is an unimaginable extreme self-contradiction and betrayal against the international community. Furthermore, North Korea is expected to accelerate the reinforcement of its military power with the money and technology it received in return for such arms trade. This reckless behavior not only degrades the authority of international rules and norms, but also exacerbates conflict and puts the entire region in danger. The arms trade between Russia and North Korea is a clear violation of UN Security Council resolution and must stop immediately as it severely threatens the peace on the Korean Peninsula and in the international community. Military cooperation between Russia and North Korea, brought by the war in Ukraine, is not only escalating tensions on the Korean Peninsula by advancing the nuclear and missile capabilities of North Korea, but also affecting the battlefield in Europe. This means that the crisis on Korean Peninsula is no longer a problem limited to the Korean Peninsula, but rather a problem for all of us. The complete denuclearization of North Korea, in accordance with the international non-proliferation regime, is an essential measure to protect the stability not only in the Korean Peninsula, but also of the entire world. All countries should condemn North Korea's illegal actions in one voice and faithfully implement UN Security Council resolutions agreed upon by the international community. A few days ago, North Korea dispersed over 260 waste balloons into our territory under the pretext of responding to Republic of Korea's civilian organizations' humanitarian aid balloons to the north. It is an unimaginably petty and low-grade behavior for a civilized nation. It constitutes inhumane behavior as well as clear and significant violation of the armistice agreement. I take this opportunity to strongly condemn such an action and urge for its immediate cessation. I request the international community's empathy and proactive support in addressing the North Korean issues. Distinguished guests, looking back, the international community has been on a journey since the end of World War II to prevent war caused by unilateral use of force and to protect peace and freedom. And at the heart of this journey was the establishment of the United Nations. The United Nations played a decisive role in founding a free democracy, the Republic of Korea, and in overcoming North Korean invasion, a crisis that was hanging by a thread. The first meaningful task the United Nations carried out for world peace was the approval of the Republic of Korea as a legitimate government and the establishment of the United Nations forces to defend its freedom. Thanks to such efforts from UN and the international community, the Republic of Korea became the one that was most successful among the countries that won independence after World War II in developing the economy and democracy. In this sense, the Republic of Korea today is an exemplary and living proof of cooperation and solidarity, which were the purpose of establishment of the United Nations. Distinguished guests, in December 2022, the ROC government announced the free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific strategy and expressed its will to actively promote rule-based international order. The rules-based international order must be protected from attempts to unilaterally change the status quo by force. It is a harmonious order which represents and respects each other's rights and pursues mutual interests. This order is the spirit that has been sought by UN since the establishment post-World War II, the one that has provided the basis of prosperity that the mankind never experienced before. Unfortunately, the rules-based international order is under threat and is falling apart in many parts of the world. The principle of conflict resolution in accordance with international law and through peaceful mechanisms is losing its authority in the face of threat and the use of force. The Republic of Korea will endeavor to protect the spirit of UN and the rules-based international order founded on that ground. We will cooperate with the international community to peacefully resolve North Korea's nuclear issues. Moreover, we will contribute to establishing Indo-Pacific region and furthermore, the creation of a global community in which many countries can develop together through rule-based cooperation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And we all noticed your remarks about the way in which the DPRK was assisting Russia in its prosecution of war in Europe. When we come back to the question and answer period, you might wish to reflect on this particular question, which is that we have heard many reports that the DPRK is actually now operating on Russian territory, and it is actually launching some of its own artillery from Russian territory. So if you were able to confirm whether that is a fact, that will be very interesting. We have now about 12 people who've sought the floor. I'm going to take 6 or 7 in a group and then come back to the panel. First person to have caught my eye is Benedict Wirasana from Malaysia.
Good morning again, Benedict here from Malaysia. I'm going to come back to my concept of convergence that I brought up in the session earlier. So I think a lot of our panelists brought out about Gaza, and I know that convergence on bringing solutions to Gaza has been highly difficult in the past 8 months. Various views, various perspectives on the issue. So fast forward to today, I think what we can converge on is the need for an immediate ceasefire, and I hope we can converge on that in the first place. Now, my question is, what would a post-war Gaza look like? Can we converge on that? If yes, how can we then practically facilitate all parties to accept and to converge on how a post-war Gaza would look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now from South Korea, Chung-Min Lee.
Thank you very much, John. My question is to the South Korean Defense Minister. And excuse me for speaking speaking English to my Korean minister. I have two quick questions. According to South Korean law, we cannot export weapons to conflict zones, such as Ukraine. But we are selling weapons to, for example, NATO partners such as Poland. Is it time for South Korea to change the law so that we can help countries like Ukraine that is fighting for its very existence? And my second question, Mr. Minister, is as long as South Korea continues to rely on a US nuclear umbrella, we will not make our own nuclear weapons. But since 2006, North Korea's nuclear weapons have continued to grow. Do you believe that as Defense Minister, that at some point in time, South Korea should seriously consider whether it should have its own nuclear deterrent? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Myanmar, Min Zin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President Hotter. Thank you for bringing the attention of this dialogue to Myanmar issue. My question is about transnational organized crime. Since the military coup in Myanmar 2021, Myanmar suffered from transnational organized crime thriving. Myanmar becomes the largest opium producer, taking over Afghanistan. Myanmar also hosts lots of scam industry, pig butchering. It became tantamount to modern-day slavery. So my question is, the impact of this illicit economy, TOC, transnational organized crime, is beyond the border, all the way to the United States. So is it possible for the international community to mobilize to address this transnational organized crime as one convergence points of international interest, as well as possible entry point to address Myanmar conflict? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Vietnam, Han Nguyen.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question about how can U.S. allies and partners manage a situation in which strain in U.S. defense supply chain might undermine the military readiness of the United States and its allies and partners during crisis? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the U.S., Bonnie Glaser.
Thank you, John. My question is for South Korean Minister Shin. How would you evaluate China's current role on the Korean Peninsula? And what proactive measures would you like to see Beijing take in order to promote denuclearization? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question in this round, and then I'll give each of the panelists 2.5 minutes to address the questions that they were asked before going back for one more round. Irena Mia.
Thanks, John. I had a question on the rule-based order, international law, which we are seeing increasingly under attack, as also some of the panelists alluded to. My question is, can this be saved, or how does it need to be reformed in order to really be able to guide again conflict prevention and resolution?
Thank you very much. I think we'll go in the reverse order of their original remarks. So in a second, I'll ask Minister National Defense of Korea to start. Please, if you could address a few of the questions to you. Thank you, sir.
예, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, broadly speaking, I believe I received 3 questions. First, Korea has a domestic law that prevents export of weapon system to countries in conflicts. Questions related to revision of this law. In order to revise this law, we need to build the public consensus within the country. So I cannot definitively directly answer this question, but of course it merits serious dialogue and discussion. Second question has to do with the nuclear development efforts, not just depending on the nuclear umbrella of the United States amid the increasing nuclear ambition of the North Korea. To this question, when we develop our nuclear weapon, it means that we do not believe in NPT and non-proliferation treaty. So realistically, we will not go down to that path. Non-proliferation effort of the U.S. And we also place our trust in the non-proliferation regime in the world. The one single answer to resolution of a nuclear situation in North Korea is stronger alliance between South Korea and the United States. With that alliance, all the advantage of North Korea potentially gaining advantage from the development of a nuclear weapon will turn against them, so leading to a paradox of nuclear weapons. And the third question is China's role on denuclearizing the Korean Peninsula. As you know, DPRK, since 2003, China engaged in six-party talks for denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula, but the outcome was not up to our expectation. For the stability and the nuclearization on the Korean Peninsula, we wish China would play a more proactive role.
Sébastien Lecornu.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I will answer three of the questions. Will we be able to save international law? It could be a topic for a conference of itself. But for us French citizens, we will be celebrating on the D-Day beaches and celebrate the liberation of our country, but also the whole continent. So let's not forget that international law was developed right after this very particular period of time. So it is interesting. Same goes for the war that has been the main principle in the history of humanity rather than peace. And yes, it is possible to preserve it, but we will have to go for even tougher political fight. And the paradox that we witnessed in 2022 is that one of the countries who participated in founding this international law decided to violate it, which is what is at the heart of all the debates we are having between the North and the South and what is being called double standards. So law is to be transformed, law is to be improved. So is it possible? Yes, but this will call for a tough political fight. Quickly, the organized crime that is transnational, that could get some countries to find convergence. Same goes for what I was saying about terrorism earlier. But what is new is that we need to make sure that behind this organized crime, we have to make sure that there are no states that are acting for them. So most of the organized crime organization in Africa are a way to fund some political systems, some political parties. I have to mention the Wagner Group, for example. On easier topics, as I was saying, for illegal fishing, let's not forget about multilateralism. Gaza, quick convergence, this is something we are all working towards. But actually, France has lost some French citizens during the 7th of October attack by Hamas in Israel. And France was amongst the first countries to state that self-defense for Israel was absolutely essential, but France was also the first country who invested a lot of means and tools to heal and to take care of people who were injured in Gaza, because the law is essential, and President Macron was amongst the first to ask for a fast break and then a ceasefire. We are working very hard with our counterparts, our American friends, because we know for a fact that what is going on in the Middle East can have repercussions for the rest of the planet. We all know this for a fact. j'aimerais vous...
AI, artificial intelligence, in your remarks. There are now a number of commercial companies that are developing with AI instruments to predict geopolitical crises. There's one I know who claims that they were only about 36 hours off in predicting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Can you imagine artificial intelligence being an aid in crisis management and conflict resolution, or could it be an unfortunate agent provocateur of conflict if it isn't properly used? What's your instinctive reaction to that thought?
Les deux.
Well, actually both. Whether you are working in the offensive or the defensive situation, AI for defense is going to be one of the deepest and the most violent breaks in the coming month and years. As much as the use of nuclear energy for military purposes between 1945 and the 1960s. Using AI for armament systems, for combat systems, but also for their protection, managing ministries with thousands and sometimes millions of people, and trying to find some efficiency, for example. So on a lot of topics, a lot of aspects, AI is going to be at the heart of strategies. And I'm not even mentioning the impact of AI on nuclear deterrence, on protection and defense systems, for satellites as well. So with all the challenges around the proliferation we were mentioning a few seconds ago, there will be protection systems that already exist. They are a way to help army staff work, but they're just tools to be used by men, and men are going to have a framework for it. And I think they will be at the heart of the next Shangri-La Dialogue, because there will mean solutions, but they will also mean new challenges, and they will reinforce hybrid, the hybrid aspect of it.
Your response to the couple questions.
Well, I refer to Myanmar, a situation that I know well for about 30 years following it. Know many people from Myanmar, been there many, many times, before the military regime, in the democracy spring with Suu Kyi, and since I've been following. And we all know it is one of the most complex state in Southeast Asia, with its multitude of ethnic groups, ethnic nationalities that for many, many years fought their own battles within their ethnic-based territories and so on. And we know from experience, Afghanistan and many others, when there is conflict, there is instability, there is lack of law and order breakdown, many people participate in illicit activities, drugs. In Myanmar, it's not only drugs, illegal logging, illegal export of jade, etc., etc. This is the first time in the history of the Myanmar that the military are not winning and will not win this conflict. They are losing. And the problem is whether NLD, the African armies, NUG, they will be capable of taking over and be an alternative. That's a question mark. Therefore, I have urged, I have spoken with the Secretary General of the UN, I have spoken with His Holiness the Pope in Rome, with President Macron in Paris, with David Cameron, in Jakarta. Efforts have to be intensified to mediate this conflict. Otherwise, it gets out of control, a spiral out of control. And then it will be far more difficult to bring back law and order and a solution. So, because the military is very, very weak on the point of implosion, there is an incentive for them to talk. So, someone has to bring all the parties together, no preconditions, start talking and work towards a resolution of the conflict. The best still document on the table is the ASEAN five-point consensus. So that's my, we are not going to solve the drug problem, we are not going to solve the illicit without a reorganized Myanmar based on law and order, democracy, and so on.
Thank you very much. And going back to the floor for another round, could I please ask from Pakistan, Ahsan Guwez.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, sir. I'll just refer to the subject enhancing crisis management amid rising competition. And I would refer to the rising competition in Asia Pacific. So without going into much of the details, we see that a state or a certain set of states are being patronized or strategically enabled. Now, while that is good with respect to the strategic priorities and objectives of cooperation and for the common good for a particular region or for Asia Pacific, but it could have unintended second, third order effects when it comes to the balance of power in other regions, South Asia per se. So my question is to the panel that how this rising competition in Asia Pacific could prevent instability in South Asia, and what are the ways of looking at the crisis management should it happen in South Asia? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Vietnam, Bích Tran.
Thank you, Sir Chairman. And my question is for Dr. Ramos Horta. So I visited Timor-Leste 3 months ago, and it was indeed a beautiful country. So my question is about your country's membership to ASEAN. So ASEAN has around 1,500 meetings per year, and Timor-Leste has a small population and, of course, small numbers of government officials. So how do you plan to be an active member of ASEAN while balancing with that challenge? Thanks.
Thank you very much. And from the UK, Nigel Gould-Davies.
Thank you. A question for Minister Shin. You drew attention to how closely Russia and North Korea are now cooperating. The value of that cooperation for Russia is clear to us in Europe. Could you offer a view about how much North Korea is benefiting from this, what it's getting from Russia, and what the consequences for North Koreans' capabilities will be? Thank you.
To thrive. From our colonial past up to this age, where our resilience has become most challenged than ever. He has laid down the premise and the way for us, what we, the functions of him as our Commander-in-Chief and as our President and Chief Architect of Foreign Policy must do. And thus we do. The Philippine Coast Guard has since become a common sight for what then has become our most popular frontier, the West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea, for at least 3 things. First, to enforce a safe, stable, prosperous, and peaceful rules-based order based on UNCLOS, the international maritime conventions and treaties to which we are a signatory, and our national laws. Second, as the coastal state, to fortify our administration over our areas defined by laws including UNCLOS and the arbitral award. And third, to pursue and nurture international cooperation and engagement, most significantly with our lone treaty ally, the United States, our partners and friends, and most notably with our ASEAN brothers, obviously in the spirit of ASEAN centrality. And for this, the Philippine Coast Guard recognizes the fundamental requisite that for it to enforce maritime laws, it must see to it that foremost, it should come with its hands clean. Thus, today, the Philippine Coast Guard finds moral strength in following what several fora have since found to be among the most legally compliant and humane rules on the use of force. That it has remained true to the SOLAS Convention, to COLREGs, to MARPOL, and other conventions in its undertakings. That it finds solace as among the key drivers of the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum and will host it 4 days from now, through which we hope to craft the Coast Guard-centric protocol on engagement at sea to govern each Coast Guard actions in our common waters. That despite the irony of a name, the Philippine Coast Guard remains steadfastly professional, calm, but resolute to maintain that its fitted water cannons, was as more appropriately called the fire monitors, are not meant to light up fire. They are there to save lives and properties from fire, or simply to put out fire, never to hose down the weaker ones to pieces to start the fire. This is how we exist and intend to live our role for our country and the rest of the global users of the West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea. I hope others do too. Because if we embrace together what is right, we won't be wrong. With those stressors against mutual trust, we will simply find that the safe, stable, prosperous, and peaceful West Philippine Sea or South China Sea we all aspire for would no longer be a constant objective for us to labor hard to achieve, but simply, again, just a normal way of life. We just have to go back to the basics of humanity. We can, naturally. Thank you very much, everyone.
Admiral, thank you very much for your comments, and perhaps highlighting, not surprisingly, perhaps, that Coast Guards have never had more visibility in a way, because to a large extent they are coming on to the front line of those challenges that are being presented more often day to day in terms of the in terms of how things are unfolding at sea. With that, I'll turn to my right again, and our final panelist, last but by certainly no means least, Major General Lee Quang Dao, the commander of the Vietnamese Coast Guard. He has been such since October 2021. The General will be speaking in his own language with translation, so if those of you who require that want to stand by and get ready, I will pass the floor, the microphone, to Major General Lee Quang Dao. Thank you very much.
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị tai nghe và đã nghe được chưa? Xin chào các vị đại biểu. Xin chào các bạn đồng nghiệp. Lời đầu tiên cho phép tôi được thay mặt cho chính phủ và nhân dân Việt Nam cũng như lực lượng cảnh sát biển Việt Nam xin được gửi lời chào, lời chúc sức khỏe đến các vị đại biểu và các bạn. Chúc các bạn và gia đình có một sức khỏe dồi dào, gia đình hạnh phúc và thành công trên mọi công việc. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn các bạn. Kính thưa ngài điều phối thực hiện phiên thảo luận, kính thưa quý vị đại biểu, thưa các bạn đồng nghiệp. Theo chương trình nghị sự, tôi thay mặt cho Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam xin phát biểu một số vấn đề về thực thi pháp luật trên biển và xây dựng lòng tin giữa các bên trong hợp tác quốc tế về an ninh biển hiện nay. Thưa quý vị, biển và đại dương có vị trí, ý nghĩa quan trọng về kinh tế, chính trị, xã hội, quốc phòng và an ninh. Giá trị quan trọng đó của biển không chỉ đem lại cho các quốc gia trên biển, mà còn đem lại và tác động trực tiếp tới các quốc gia trên toàn cầu. Tuy nhiên, hiện nay tình hình an ninh, trật tự, an toàn cũng như các vấn đề về môi trường, phát triển kinh tế biển đã và đang đối mặt với các thách thức của an ninh truyền thống và an ninh phi truyền thống như biến đổi khí hậu, thiên tai, ô nhiễm môi trường, tội phạm xuyên quốc gia, tội phạm có tổ chức, tội phạm ma túy, mua bán người, cướp biển, khủng bố, vân vân. Các thách thức nêu trên mang tính toàn cầu, có tác động trực tiếp đến nhiều quốc gia, không chỉ một quốc gia, một tổ chức, một lực lượng nào có thể giải quyết được, mà cần phải có sự chung tay giải quyết thông qua hợp tác quốc tế trên toàn cầu. Thời gian qua, các quốc gia, các tổ chức quốc tế liên quan đã có rất nhiều hoạt động hợp tác, đưa ra nhiều sáng kiến và cơ chế hợp tác song phương, đa phương, phối hợp giải quyết các thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống, nhằm phát huy giá trị của biển đối với nhân loại. Trong đó, một số cơ chế hợp tác quốc tế về an ninh biển nổi bật cần phải kể đến như Hiệp định Hợp tác khu vực chống cướp biển, chống cướp có vũ trang, Hội nghị những người đứng đầu cảnh sát biển các nước châu Á, Hội nghị cảnh sát biển toàn cầu, đối thoại thực thi pháp luật trên biển và Trung tâm chia sẻ thông tin an ninh hàng hải, Hải quân Singapore. Những cơ chế hợp tác quốc tế nêu trên đã góp phần quan trọng mang lại những kết quả to lớn. Nhiều tình huống sự vụ trên biển đã được giải quyết ổn thỏa. Nhiều vụ việc tai nạn trên biển đã được cứu hộ kịp thời. Hoạt động của các loại tội phạm có tổ chức, tội phạm xuyên quốc gia, tội phạm về ma túy đã được đấu tranh có hiệu quả. Từ đó, tình hình an ninh trên biển cơ bản được ổn định và tạo điều kiện thuận lợi cho phát triển kinh tế của các nước. Trong quá trình thực hiện các hoạt động hợp tác nêu trên, các bên đã tuân thủ và tôn trọng luật pháp, thỏa thuận và điều ước quốc tế và các biên bản hợp tác. Trong đó có yếu tố quan trọng quyết định đến công tác hợp tác, đó là xây dựng lòng tin giữa các bên, tạo nên sự đồng thuận, tin cậy lẫn nhau, chia sẻ cùng nhau, đóng góp về nguồn lực để giải quyết tốt các vấn đề về biển, xây dựng vùng biển hòa bình, hữu nghị, hợp tác, thịnh vượng và phát triển. Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam là lực lượng chuyên trách của nhà nước, là nòng cốt thực thi pháp luật trên biển, bảo vệ an ninh quốc gia, an ninh trật tự an toàn trên các vùng biển. Nhận thức được vị trí và vai trò tầm quan trọng của biển và đại dương, cũng như các thách thức đặt ra với an ninh biển. Những năm qua, Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam đã tích cực, chủ động, duy trì thực hiện nghiêm túc luật pháp Việt Nam, luật pháp và điều ước quốc tế về biển mà Việt Nam là thành viên. Một trong các giải pháp có ý nghĩa quan trọng mà Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam thực hiện đó là hợp tác quốc tế dựa trên cơ sở là xây dựng lòng tin. Kết quả, đến nay Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam đã ký kết các văn bản hợp tác quốc tế song phương với 8 nước, tham gia hầu hết các cơ chế đa phương thực thi pháp luật trên biển như tôi đã đề cập ở bài phát biểu phần trước. Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam luôn là thành viên tích cực, có trách nhiệm và không ngừng đề xuất những sáng kiến để hoạt động hợp tác ngày càng đi vào hiệu quả, thực chất và có chiều sâu. Đặc biệt, năm 2022, Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam có sáng kiến tổ chức chương trình Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam và những người bạn lần thứ nhất tại thủ đô Hà Nội. Với chủ đề là vì một vùng biển an ninh, an toàn và môi trường sạch. Với sự tham gia của lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển của 6 nước có vùng biển liền kề và các cơ quan tổ chức quốc tế tại Hà Nội, Việt Nam đến dự. Chương trình đã gửi thông điệp của Chính phủ Việt Nam, nhân dân Việt Nam và lực lượng thực thi pháp luật Việt Nam về một vùng biển hòa bình, hữu nghị, hợp tác, thịnh vượng và phát triển. Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam luôn mong muốn cùng với các lực lượng cảnh sát biển các nước chung tay giải quyết các vấn đề về thách thức an ninh truyền thống và an ninh phi truyền thống ngày càng phức tạp. Do vậy, năm 2024, Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam tiếp tục tổ chức chương trình Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam và những người bạn lần thứ 2 tại thủ đô Hà Nội. Và chúng tôi sẽ mời lực lượng cảnh sát biển của các nước và các tổ chức đến dự chương trình này. Có thể khẳng định rằng kết quả về hợp tác quốc tế của Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam đã góp phần xây dựng vùng biển ổn định, hợp tác và phát triển, cộng với môi trường sạch. Và đây là minh chứng rõ ràng để khẳng định tầm quan trọng của việc xây dựng lòng tin, tôn trọng luật pháp quốc tế trong hợp tác quốc tế. Thời gian tới, dự báo các thách thức an ninh trên biển tiếp tục gia tăng và diễn biến phức tạp, đặt ra những yêu cầu mới, cao hơn về hợp tác quốc tế và thực thi pháp luật trên biển. Chính vì vậy, Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam đề xuất: một là tiếp tục tăng cường hợp tác trên cơ sở tuân thủ luật pháp quốc tế, Công ước Liên Hợp Quốc về luật biển năm 1982 và pháp luật của các nước để thực hiện hiệu quả, thực chất hơn nữa các văn bản đã ký kết. Hai là thúc đẩy ký kết các cơ chế hợp tác mới và đưa các sáng kiến thực tiễn hiệu quả hơn nữa để giải quyết, xử lý có hiệu quả các thách thức an ninh biển. Ba là bên cạnh cần tiếp tục xây dựng lòng tin trong thực thi pháp luật và thực hiện các văn bản đã ký kết và trong xây dựng các văn bản hợp tác mới. Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam cam kết sẽ tiếp tục là thành viên tích cực, có trách nhiệm, chung tay cùng với lực lượng thực thi pháp luật và lực lượng cảnh sát biển của các nước, duy trì thực thi pháp luật trên biển, góp phần xây dựng vùng biển ổn định, hòa bình, hợp tác và phát triển. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn các ngài.
General, thank you very much for that, and in particular, perhaps for your own agenda for a way forward as far as some of the issues are concerned. And there have clearly been some common themes in the presentations on the transnational nature of a lot of the problems that are being faced, but also some clearly different perspectives depending on where the different speakers are coming from. We now come to the question and answer session. So, as I say, I'm inviting those from the floor to make their representations. I can see quite a few names already appearing on the screen. Just to underscore, because I think there are some at the moment still nameless name boards, but for those who wish to make an intervention, then do insert your identity card, chip down into the console and press the button if you want to speak. Your console will go green. When I call on you and the microphone goes live, it will go red and you can make your interventions. But we have quite a selection of interventions already, and I'll probably take 3 in a row to see how we go. First of all, I think I will actually recognize from Japan, Vice Commandant Yoshio Saguchi of the Japanese Coast Guard. Sir.
皆さん、こんにちは。海上保安庁の瀬口と言います。議長、本日は伝統あるシャングリアダイアログに招待し、発言の機会を与えていただきありがとうございます。私からは海上保安庁としてコメントを発表させていただきますが、よろしいでしょうか。ありがとうございます。それではこれからは私の隣にいます久米が通訳をします。皆さん、世界は海でつながっています。法の支配による海洋秩序の維持は地域や 世界の平和と繁栄にとって不可欠であります。
The world is connected by oceans, and maintenance of maritime order based on the rule of law is indispensable for the peace and prosperity of respective regions and the world.
海上保安機関の果たすべき役割は、あくまでも国際法にのっとり、法執行に従事すべきものであります。
The role of the Coast Guard agency is to conduct law enforcement in accordance with international law.
海上保安機関は、法による正義であり、力による正義ではありません。
A Coast Guard agency is justice by law and not justice by force.
もちろん、海上保安機関による法執行活動は国際法に基づかなければなりません。
Naturally, law enforcement activities by Coast Guard agencies must be in accordance with international law.
法執行活動で重要なことは、警察比例の原則に従うことであり、実力の行使には厳格な必要性と比例性が求められます。
The key point in law enforcement activity is the police concept of principle of proportionality and the strict criteria of necessity versus proportionality must be applied regarding the exercise of force.
海上保安機関による実力の行使は、違法な行為を制止するためのものであり、決して人を傷つけたり、物を破壊するためではありません。
The exercise of force by a Coast Guard agency is to prevent or mitigate illegal activities and must never be to harm or damage property.
法執行活動は国際法にのっとり、警察比例の原則で元で行われる以上、法執行船同士が向かい合うことがあっても、事態が紛争へとエスカレートしにくいです。
As long as law enforcement activity is in accordance with international laws and executed under the principle of proportionality, even if two law enforcement ships were come head to head, it is unlikely that the situation will escalate into conflict.
我々は国際法を正しく理解し、実践しなければなりません。国際法を乱用して他国の権利を侵害してはなりません。そして、海上保安機関の船舶を現状変更の道具として用いることがあってはいけません。
We need to understand international laws accurately and practice it. One must not abuse international laws to violate the rights of other nations, and Coast Guard agency ships must not be used as tools to change the status quo.
海上保安機関間の信頼醸成は、法の支配が適切に機能するために不可欠な基盤です。
Building confidence in Coast Guard agencies is an indispensable foundation to ensure that the rule of law functions properly.
信頼醸成のためには、自国の海上保安機関の情報公開に加え、各国の海上保安機関と各種会合や訓練などの交流を通じて、コミュニケーションを図り、相互理解と信頼を構築していくことが大切であると思います。
For confidence building, in addition to nations disclosing information about its own Coast Guard agency, it's important to have continuous exchange through various meetings, conferences, interactions, so that the Coast Guard agencies themselves can enhance their communication with their foreign counterparts.
議長、発言の機会をいただきありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Vice Commandant, for that. I think sort of comment and statement of a position. I'll now move on to Hanwen Gay, or Jay, forgive the pronunciation, from China.
Yes, not G, it's just the egg. Yes. Okay. Thank you for this occasion, and I have make some markets on the Admiral Garden. Yes. And even I still remember that just 2 or 3 years ago, the cooperations between the Philippines and China in many fields has brought fruitful benefits to both peoples. So the dramatically changes of the Philippine government's policy, all due respect, has not only threatened the relation of 2 countries, but also, I believe, dramatically raised the tension in this region. So it's better for us to sit down and negotiate under the framework of United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea and installing of the unilaterally sending military or semi-military personnel to intrude into the Ren'ai Islands, So this is why we are here. We are here for talking with each other, all the partners, all the friends, directly, frankly, and constructively. Because according to the Socrates, the philosopher of ancient Greek, the first bit of wisdom is to talk. Thank you. I have no question. Thank you.
Thank you also for that comment. Next on my list, Andreas Aditya Selim from Indonesia.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Coming from the academic background, I have been observing recent developments in the South China Sea, particularly from respectively the government of China asserting control of the laying of the submarine cables, and there's a new regulation, if I'm not mistaken, covered by major media about the new law where the China Coast Guard can arrest, but I haven't read incomprehensively the document. So my question would be first addressed to Admiral Gavan, Irvansha, and Dao. What is your strategic vision for the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum? And then subsequently related to that is what can the big powers, China and the US, contribute to realize that vision of ASEAN Coast Guard Forum? My second question is specifically addressed to Admiral Linda Fagan. I'm a big fan of yours. This is the second day discussing about security, the world, and everything. I just have a thought about, and I would love to hear your comments on your strategic views on the Arctic and the Antarctic, given the numerous dynamics that the world has at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. We'll take one more question or intervention in this round from Kumar Ramakrishna from Singapore.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a specific question for Admiral Gavan from the Philippines. As we know, in recent years, armed forces of the Philippines have been very successful in neutralizing the threat from terrorist groups in southern Philippines, particularly Abu Sayyaf group, and there have been a number of surrenders in recent years. So I was wondering if you could share with us your assessment of whether or not these surrenders have had an impact on maritime terrorism. Because Abu Sayyaf group, for many years, as we know, has been involved in kidnap for ransom operations in the seas around the southern Philippines. Has there been an impact on the rate of these kidnap for ransom operations from a maritime terrorism perspective? Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. I think what I'll do is I'll invite the speakers, the panelists, probably in line order, to respond to the interventions we've had so far as they see fit. Some have been specifically directed to them, but there have also been a couple of statements or comments that they may wish to respond to also. I think what I'll do is I'll start on my far left with Admiral Gavan and walk down the line, as it were. So, Admiral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I have three comments or questions to answer. On the point raised by our counterpart from China, that is well noted, and that is an information for me to bring back to our capital for discussions with relevant agencies involved in the management of our affairs in the South China Sea. You know, the Coast Guard is not alone on this. We work as one government, so I cannot comment as a Coast Guard. But rest assured, I will bring back with me that information for further consultations. Thank you very much for that. For Mr. Nguyen or Dr. Nguyen, I think you asked me about my vision. Who? Or Andre? Andrea, sorry. I asked about my vision for the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum. Very briefly, I wish to say ASEAN Coast Guard Forum as the platform to create a common norm amongst Coast Guards in ASEAN within the framework of UNCLOS. A framework for Coast Guards to go back to the basic. And the third is the impact of the surrenders of the Abu Sayyaf group to maritime terrorism, if I got it right. Yes, there is a positive impact. No pirates, no piracy. That's simple. They surrendered, so there are no more pirates at sea. Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you. And before I address specifically Arctic and Antarctica from a strategic view, certainly all of the speakers highlighted the partnership, the collaboration, the not just necessity, but the work that we are doing collectively as Coast Guards that is ongoing now, and those bilateral and multilateral forums. We've just heard about ASEAN Coast Guard, North Pacific Coast Guard Forum, Arctic Coast Guard forums. These all create the kind of space and opportunity to come together and share views, exchange ideas, and in many cases result in actual on the water joint patrols with ships and officer exchanges from multiple Coast Guards, and it speaks to just the strength and the value of partnerships. So specifically to the Arctic and Antarctica, the United States, in addition to being a Pacific nation, and certainly the United States Coast Guard has operated in the Pacific for over 150 years, we are an Arctic nation as well and have extensive exclusive economic zone that extends into the Arctic. And the Coast Guard operates the nation's icebreakers, and we are in the process of building several new polar security cutters to increase capability and presence in the Arctic and also in Antarctica. I was recently at the Arctic Coast Guard Forum, and all of the Arctic nations came together to talk through challenges, opportunities collectively around the Arctic. And the themes that have come out here, themes around rule of law, sovereignty, creating opportunity, permeates all of the forums wherever they're focused around the world. And with regard to Antarctica, we're also a signatory to the Antarctic Treaty and remain committed to a free Antarctica, an Antarctic that supports science and other work that is not militarized, and continue to work alongside the other Antarctic signatories in that regard. Thank you.
Many thanks, Admiral. I turn now to Admiral Evancia.
Thank you. Okay, I will add the answer from Admiral Gavan for Andreas. The initiative of ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, it starts from our perspective that to maintain security and safety at sea cannot be done by one country. we should do it with our neighbors, especially our neighbors in the region. That's why we make this ASEAN Coast Guard Forum done. And then the next step, we want to be in ASEAN Coast Guard, to be like family. We can make a cooperation, collaboration to enhance our capability, confidence building, so we can keep the security and safety in the region together. That's why we already have a meeting every year, already 3 times, 3 years, ASEAN Coast Guard Forum. And the next step, we will have training together, joint exercise, and then hopefully next time we can become part of ASEAN's agenda, ASEAN Secretariat agenda, so that the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum will become more influence the security in the region. Thank you.
Many thanks. And finally, General, would you like to make some responses to the interventions we've had?
Về quan điểm của Việt Nam thì trước sau như một và cũng không thay đổi, là kiên quyết, kiên trì đấu tranh để bảo vệ chủ quyền và lợi ích quốc gia dân tộc trên các cái vùng biển đảo của Việt Nam. Và cũng rất là mong muốn cùng với các nước và lực lượng thực thi pháp luật của các nước là duy trì, bảo vệ hòa bình, ổn định và hợp tác trên các cái vùng biển. Về việc giải quyết các cái vấn đề xảy ra trên biển thì thông qua đối thoại bằng biện pháp hòa bình và trên cơ sở là tôn trọng luật pháp quốc tế, trong đó có Công ước về luật biển năm 1982 và luật pháp của mỗi nước, trong đó có Việt Nam. Riêng về lĩnh vực đấu tranh phòng chống tội phạm trên biển thì hiện nay thì Việt Nam cũng đã có các cái biên bản hợp tác với các nước có vùng biển liền kề với Việt Nam. Và hiện nay thì Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam đang tổ chức là thực hiện cái duy trì cái bảo đảm an ninh trên biển và tổ chức là bảo vệ cái môi trường biển rất là tốt, Thì Cảnh sát biển Việt Nam cũng có cái đề nghị là trong những cái năm tới và những năm tiếp theo trước các cái thách thức an ninh phi truyền thống, thì lực lượng thực thi pháp luật trên biển của các nước cũng tiếp tục là cùng nhau là tổ chức là huấn luyện, hợp luyện chung trên biển và cứu hộ những ngư dân trên biển khi gặp nạn và tài sản của các nước khi gặp nạn ở trên các vùng biển của mình, thì giúp cho ngư dân trên biển an toàn trong khi tham gia hàng hải trên biển. Xin cảm ơn.
Admiral, thank you very much. We have quite a few other interventions waiting around the table, but I would like to use the privilege of the moderator's chair to pose a couple of questions that I'd like perhaps to ask all the panel to reflect on, because they sort of come to me as we've been listening to the discussions, and one of which is the term Coast Guards, or Maritime Safety Agency, but Coast Guards is a very generic term, but it means different things. There are different legal foundations and therefore rules and responsibilities in different countries. How much of that is a challenge in and of itself in terms of cooperation, learning to work together, or is that being addressed, or is it more an issue of the policy of how you use Coast Guards? And just thinking more generally about the congested, crowded nature of the maritime arena and the challenges being faced, certainly for naval forces, but I wonder if it's the same for Coast Guard forces, the question of the need of presence, what in the UK one would term the kind of maritime equivalent of the Bobby on the beat, the policeman on the beat, to deal with all of these challenges in what are vast areas of responsibility. How much of that is a challenge? How much is there a resource challenge around having that presence and being where you need to be to do what you need to do? And is cooperation part of that? So a couple of thoughts for the panelists to think of from me to maybe respond to or discard if you feel the need. Let's move in terms of around the table to Atsushi Okudera from Japan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Atsushi Okudera from Japan, Asahi newspapers. I'd like to talk about the rising tension in South China Sea, particularly Spratly Island and the Scarborough Shoal. As we all know, as we all seen, the Chinese Coast Guard has been using the water cannon, and each boat has been crashing each other. And the Philippines, of course, is now claiming it is actually the act of the escalation of the tension, and also it's a danger of life or something like that. But at the same time, on the contrary, China is also claiming it is the Philippines that rise of tension, but so both the position has a totally different. So my question is, as a professional for the Coast Guard, particularly Admiral Fagan and Admiral Gavin, is it the using of water cannon on this occasion in this region is a proper manner as a professional when you think about the professional manner? And one more thing is a Scarborough Shoal. As we all know, China has been doing reclammating in South China's Spratly Island, the seventh shoal on the Spratly Island. But at the same time now, China is now controlling Scarborough Shoal. But if China is doing the same things in Scarborough Shoal, is it what is your assessment if China do that? Is it a red line for the international community? How the international community should respond to these kind of things? Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I'll turn next to Dwi Fortuna Anwar from Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to know the progress of queue for Coast Guard in the South China Sea. To what extent it is. What's the status at the moment? Any one of you could answer that. Secondly, I really welcome Indonesian initiative on the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, but I'd like to ask my question to Pak Irvansyah. Given the fact that Bakamla is not really yet a full-fledged Coast Guard, what kind of obstacles that Indonesia faces when it tries to develop this a more ASEAN forum? And thirdly, you talk about the possibility of having joint training and joint exercises together. Is it possible also to have joint patrol or coordinated patrol at very least, if not for all of the ASEAN countries, but at least for the coastal ASEAN states facing, with shores on the South China Sea, given the fact that Coast Guard is now the actor of the moment? We are talking less about naval threats, but Coast Guards are not just involved in non-traditional security challenges, but more, the gray areas, like what's happening in the Philippines. So, what extent is it that the minilaterals between Coast Guards of the ASEAN states also go beyond simply joint training and exercises? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn now to Bonnie Lin from the US.
Hi, thank you. Bonnie Lin, CSIS. My question is directed to Admiral Fagan, but probably also applies to the other distinguished speakers too. Ma'am, when you were talking about the responsibilities of of the U.S. Coast Guard, you outlined the differences between the Coast Guard responsibilities and the operations responsibilities for the U.S. Navy. So my question to you is, as you look at the Chinese Coast Guard as it has been more active throughout the region, given our discussion today, do you see the Chinese Coast Guard operating as a typical Coast Guard, or in what ways do you see the Chinese Coast Guard operating beyond that and perhaps more similar to an actual military force? Because I think one aspect of the Chinese Coast Guard that's different from ours is even during peacetime, the Chinese Coast Guard, since it takes orders from the Chinese Central Military Commission, could engage in operations to support its or what its military leaders might want. So I wanted to get your assessment of how do you view the distinction between what are typical Coast Guard activities and what are activities beyond what normal Coast Guards engage in. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we'll return to the panel now, and I think I'll turn to Admiral Evantia first, because you had perhaps the most detailed, specific set of questions for you, and then we'll get responses from the other panelists.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to answer the Mrs. Dewi Fortuna Anwar. For ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, especially Indonesia Coast Guard, this is already stated by our President Jokowi, and the first time as a president, his intention Indonesia become Indonesia as a maritime fulcrum of the world, and then he said Bakamla is the embryo of Coast Guard of Indonesia. And after that, so many government rules. The stated of Bakamla is Coast Guard, have a function of Coast Guard, and until now, every forum, from a global summit, kemudian Hagam, and also ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, and today we are here as a Coast Guard of Indonesia. Idea of joint patrol, actually we already done with now with Malaysia. We have a joint patrol called Optima Malindo, Malaysia and Indonesia. Maybe next in the future we can make a joint patrol with our neighbors countries, maybe with Singapore, Mr. Sean. This is possible, but the first of all, we want to unite together our ASEAN Coast Guard, become our brother country, brother Coast Guard, to maintain the security and safety in the region. So the next step, maybe who knows, but I want to, my personal perspective, we want to solve the problem, solve the security, solve the safety at the region by ASEAN way, by ASEAN country. So I already visit maybe 4 countries, visit the Coast Guard to talk face to face with Admiral Gavan also. We want maintain the security together. we have example, role model, how the ASEAN collaboration, for example, Indonesia with Malaysia, we have last year we did the hot pursuit, a ship across to Malaysian waters. Because we are the same from Asia Coast Guard Forum, and we have a relation very close, I can ask the help to support us only by phone. Only by phone. So very quickly, Malaysia respond my call, our call, and then they send personnel from IPMM to get the ship and hand over to Indonesian Coast Guard. That's a good example. Kemudian, and then in my perspective, to maintain security and safety in especially in South China Sea, we better do that with the Coast Guard, because with Coast Guard, I think the tension is still low, not by military. I think that's why I'm very enthusiastic to bring our Coast Guard, ASEAN Coast Guard, together to maintain security. That's why we can maintain the security by civilian, not military. The tension still low. That's why I asked Admiral Gavan, and this year, next month, I will hand over the chairman of ASEAN Coast Guard Forum to him. Please applause to him. Next Coast Guard Forum. So we already talked to have a next exercise, and we'll ask the Coast Guard from all over the world to join next year's Indonesia naval exercise in, we call it the Komodo exercise in Bali next year. And in this time, Coast Guard all over the world will be invited to join the exercise, and will be coordinated by Indonesian Coast Guard or Bakamla. Thank you.
Thanks, Admiral. Well, as you talked about handing over the baton, I'll hand the baton for the panel over to Admiral Gavan now, if you would like to make any further comments.
On the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum?
On ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, on South China Sea, on
joint patrol.
Joint patrols, yeah.
And the use of water cannons against fellow Coast Guards, well, obviously, it doesn't look good. And there is disproportionality in the use of force vis-a-vis the political message it sends. So we're not very comfortable with that. So I hope that stops. On the prospect of joint patrols under the ambit of the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, yes, that is a possibility, but innovations has to be made, because Coast Guard patrol are reinforcement patrols, and complications can exist when a foreign country's Coast Guard patrols in the other country's territorial sea. But innovations can be made along the way. We just have to be very creative. For as long as the political leaders agree, I think things can be done. I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Admiral Fagan now. You had two or three questions that I think were relevant to you, but particularly this question of, amongst other things, the Coast Guard kind of naval integration issues.
So I will actually start with the reflection you posed at the beginning of this round of questions, because it does tie then directly to the specific question with regard to Coast Guard role, Navy role. And you question, is it difficult or challenging as Coast Guards are not all, do not share the same portfolios, and reflect on the set of authorities and capabilities that sit resident with the United States Coast Guard. And I have traveled extensively and engaged extensively with not just Coast Guards, but navies in many cases. And we're unique in the breadth of that authority. I like to describe the U.S. Coast Guard as a maritime constabulary force, who at all times is also a military force, a law enforcement agency, and a regulatory agency. And it brings incredible flexibility, particularly to some of these maritime governance problem sets that we are discussing. And for me, everything from search and rescue to aids to navigation, mitigating cyber attacks in the marine transportation system, countering illegal fishing, responding to oil spills, countering illegal migration, counter narcotics. This is all work within the Coast Guard portfolio. But not all of the Coast Guards that we interact with have that same breadth of portfolio. What the Coast Guards do share is a commitment to a rule of law, respectful of sovereignty, and conducting operations as professional maritime entities, again, consistent with customary law, international order. With regard to the question, the difference between a Coast Guard and Navy, and I would also tell you that there are many navies in the world that have significant portfolios that fall into the maritime governance, protection of sovereignty, protecting natural resources. And so I have chosen not to define, to put a dark line between a Coast Guard and Navy, because they're in the continuum, starting with just safety and well-being of citizens on the water, through national security, maritime security, and then into defense. Coast Guards operate in that role, and during World War II, the United States Coast Guard was operating in the Department of Defense under the Navy, but there's a continuum, and it's just that it's gray depending on the set of issues. So to some of the other comments around the Spratly Islands, Scarborough Shoals, I would just emphasize what professional Coast Guards have in common. And professional Coast Guards operate with principles of restraint, principles of proportionality, with clear, unambiguous rules of engagement around use of force, and have command and control over those assets in a way that remains, again, consistent with the rules-based order and the international descriptions around that. And UNCLOS has been referenced several times here this evening. To the question with regard to unexpected encounters at sea, agreement regarding Coast Guards, 5 or so years ago, there was an active discussion ongoing. I am not aware of that currently occurring, but it is an area where many of the navies in the region have those agreements in place, and Coast Guards do not. And so any way that we all collectively work to mitigate, eliminate risks around miscalculation and these agreements, it's certainly what UNCLOS helps do. The coal regs flow from it, SOLAS, all these create understanding and a commonality around, when we say rules-based order, what that means and how they are applied in actual operations at sea. Thank you.
Admiral, thanks very much. I turn to General Lee, whether he has any reflections on the current set of questions that are out there, including the ones I posed perhaps at the beginning, but it's not obligatory if you would prefer not to respond. No. Okay. Thank you very much. What I will do is actually now turn to from an intervention from the floor from Vietnam, from Han Nguyen.
Nguyen from Australian National University. So I have a question for the entire panel about what is your perspective about managing gray zone activities on South China Sea? Because it's the type of activities that pose a lot of legal and operational challenges and can transform very quickly and make it hard to keep up with. And in your idea, what kind of cooperation activities will be prioritized for managing gray zone activities? Thank you.
Sorry, forgive me, did you direct that at any particular panelist?
So this is for the entire panel.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, let's now go to Suya Hisashi from Japan.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm Hisashi from Japan and working for the Japanese Public TV. My question goes to the Admiral Gavan and Admiral Fagan. As U.S. Defense Secretary Mr. Austin said today, dialogue must be very important to avoid armed conflict. Would you be willing to hold talks with Chinese counterpart to control and ease the tensions? And how do you think importance of role of Coast Guard, especially to avoid armed conflict, which is a non-military law enforcement agency? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, for us, an extra-regional perspective, Elizabeth Hauschild from Germany.
Yeah, thank you very much. From the Deal Company. Allow me to broaden the view on the Pacific with regard to the military cooperation or association, AUKUS, and it's threefold. One question to Admiral Fagan, if America is thinking of opening AUKUS also for Asian countries. Is there a thinking of broadening, or will it stay with Australia, United States, and UK? And to the admirals from Indonesia and the Philippines and Vietnam, whether you're interested in joining AUKUS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You might want to reflect on that. Rebecca Ratcliffe from UK.
Hi, Rebecca Ratcliffe from The Guardian. I had a question for Admiral Gavan. We heard about the importance of communication. It was reported last year that the hotline between the Philippine and China Coast Guard had been essentially suspended. I wondered, is there an active hotline, and how much direct communication do you have with China's Coast Guard now? I also wanted to ask about the geography of the South China Sea, and there are areas like Second Thomas Shoal or Scarborough Shoal that have been real flashpoints for a long time. Do you feel that new flashpoints are emerging now, such as Sabina Shoal?
Thanks very much. Céline Pajon from France. There we go.
Yeah, it's working right now. Thank you very much. Céline Pajon from IFRI. I think several speakers so far have mentioned, and including President Marcos, I believe, have mentioned the similarities of the maritime challenges that are faced by both the ASEAN countries and the Pacific Island countries. And I think he mentioned also the necessity to develop the ties and cooperation between the two regions. So in this perspective, what do you think the Coast Guard's role would be? And what would be the easiest step to develop the ties and cooperation between Southeast Asian countries and Pacific Island countries to tackle maritime security challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a sort of warning to the panel. I think when we come back to the panel for responses to the various questions, which may well be, time is marching on, it may well be our last round of intervention, so perhaps think of some closing thoughts as well. I'll probably go in reverse order, so I'll start with General Lee to respond. But before I do that, particularly given that in the previous interventions there were some specific interventions posited on the role and behavior of and position in the Chinese approach to maritime power about the Chinese Coast Guard. I will return to our friend from China who spoke earlier because he would like to make a further intervention. So over to you, Hanwen.
Lord, thanks a lot and give me another chance to reply some words because it's just as I observed just a moment, our Japanese friend is much more eager than others to care about the water cannon issue. Because if I'm not wrong, Japan was the first one who used water cannon. The Japanese Coast Guard is the first one who used water cannon towards Chinese fishing boat and fishermen. And I have maybe everyone, you can find hundreds of pictures in internet from the 1990s to 2010s, and this was the Japanese Coast Guard's water cannon tactics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Let's return to the panel, and I'll start with General Lee. Particularly on this question, the question of the grey zone was raised, which is an interesting concept, and how Coast Guards fit into the challenges around that. So I just wonder if perhaps you could start with thoughts on that and the other panelists as well. Just on AUKUS, I mean, obviously, AUKUS, there is an issue around, particularly Pillar 2 of AUKUS and advanced technologies, about whether at some point there might be cooperation with countries beyond the three original partners. Advanced technology is no doubt something that's of interest to Coast Guards, but I don't know how much you've reflected on the AUKUS question. But I'd just like you to, particularly those three who were asked, to consider whether they'd like to be part of the AUKUS adventure, whether they could respond on that particular point. But for now, General Lee, first to you.
Về quan điểm của Việt Nam thì một lần nữa thì chúng tôi cũng khẳng định là mọi yêu sách và các cái hoạt động ở trên Biển Đông thì phải phù hợp với luật pháp quốc tế và đặc biệt là phù hợp với Công ước của Liên Hợp Quốc về luật biển năm 1982. Các quốc gia phải tôn trọng chủ quyền, quyền tài phán của các quốc gia đã được xác định và xác lập phù hợp với Công ước của Liên Hợp Quốc về luật biển năm 1982. không có các cái hoạt động làm phức tạp thêm tình hình, gia tăng căng thẳng, bảo đảm về vấn đề tự do hàng hải và tự do hàng không, duy trì cái hòa bình, hữu nghị, hợp tác và phát triển trên các cái vùng biển.
Thank you very much. Admiral Ivanchia.
Okay.
About well, there was the issue around the grey zone activities. Would you like to join AUKUS? Have you thought about that? Yeah, I think those were two issues.
Thank you. I just want to respond of the question, which is Indonesia will join the AUKUS? I think this is beyond my decision, and also this is our government decision and policy. For me, especially as a Coast Guard, I just want to unite the Coast Guard in ASEAN together, so we can cooperation and collaboration to maintain the security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'll go to Admiral Gavan next.
Okay. Yeah, I think I have a list here. I hope I won't miss one, but please remind me if I fail to answer your question. On the recent political development about pertaining to the encouragement for the countries involved to engage each other, the Coast Guard has always been an extension of politics. So it depends on the decision of our political leaders. We are always prepared to do whatever actions they want us to do. We have done it before as a function of politics and policy. It is not in my pay slip or within my pay grade to decide whether or not I should reach out to my counterpart. But we should always be prepared. Either way. We're open. On the question about direct communications with our Chinese counterpart, yes, in the past we had. But the Joint Coast Guard Committee MOU has lapsed. Naturally, it was not renewed, so the direct line has been stopped as well. Do we see emerging flashpoints? I think it is beyond my pay grade to determine. But of course, you know better than us. Tell us if you find one. On the cooperation with ASEAN, as what our President has mentioned last night, cooperation amongst ASEAN Coast Guard has been vibrant of late. The ASEAN Coast Guard Forum has taken the necessary traction to move forward, and we are now on the road to becoming a mainstream forum in the ASEAN framework, not to be part of Annex 2, but to be part of Annex 1, and to become part of the agenda of the ASEAN Senior Ministers Meeting, or Senior Officers Meeting, and other related tracks. We are good in ASEAN in developing or leveraging ASEAN centrality in the management of our relationship. We're getting there. The Philippine Coast Guard, I think along with other Coast Guards in ASEAN, have been engaging each other as well in other fora, like the Maritime Law Enforcement Dialogue being bankrolled by UNODC, the Southeast Asian Maritime Law Enforcement Initiative being funded by, I think, the United States through INL and the U.S. Coast Guard, and the Humanitarian Dialogue Initiative, I think, which is partly supported as well by China. So there are different fora that bring together the Coast Guards in ASEAN. Cooperation has been vibrant so far. Thank you. Did I miss something? No. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think you covered the hotline issue amongst other things. But Admiral Fagan.
Certainly. And I will be brief. I think the Secretary of Defense said it so well this morning, right? Having avenues for talking and bringing issues to the table are so critical across all of our governments and political systems. And through the North Pacific Coast Guard Forum, those avenues are open between all of the Coast Guards who are members. I just sort of broadly will reflect on a number of, there was military cooperation was brought up, the question around ASEAN, AUKUS. Really, for me, the opportunity is in how well we collaborate and partner with each other. And I would argue that it isn't, and the Coast Guards aren't coming to the forefront. The Coast Guards have been there all along, but their relevance to the maritime governance and the problem set in the region has never been greater. And so focusing on how to create that shared opportunity, the partnership, doing it in ways that are respectful of each nation's sovereignty, helping to create capability and capacity, and marrying capability and capacity, a nation's fisheries enforcement officers with expertise and sovereignty in that nation, with a ship like a Coast Guard cutter to allow them to enforce their own sovereignty in their own exclusive economic zones. These are the challenges in front of Coast Guards, not just in this region, but around the world. And I could not be more thankful for the great partners that are here on the panel with us as we continue to share our aligned interest in solving some of the challenges here in this region. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the admirals on the panel. We are pretty much up against our time, and I very much appreciate your contributions. In the interest of open dialogue and the fact that we have the Vice Commandant of the Japanese Coast Guard, who I think would like to make a brief response to, I assume, a brief response to comments that were made earlier directly about Japanese Coast Guard tactics, if that is right, and if it is brief, as I say, in the interest of discussion. If that is the case, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. 先ほど、キューズの話をフェイガン長官から出されましたけれども、予期せぬ質問が来ましたので、お答えをします。
Just now there was a comment from Admiral Fagan on cues, but because there was an unexpected encounter just now, I'd just like to comment briefly.
海上保安庁は先ほどもお話をしたとおり、法執行では警察比例の原則に従って、必要性、比例性を厳格に守っています。ですから、実力行使は人を傷つけたり、物を壊したりするようなことはしません。あくまでも違法な行為を制止するためにやっているものですので、皆さん誤解をしないようにお願いします。
As I mentioned earlier, in the case of law enforcement, the principle that we operate on is that of proportionality, and it's necessity versus proportionality when we decide on what force to exercise. So I hope there's no misunderstanding that whatever we decide to do, it is in keeping with the situation that we face at that time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, and thank you for being brief. As I say, in the interest of discussion, I thought I would allow that response. It's been a really interesting discussion. We have ranged across the horizon, I think, and as I say, I much appreciate both the panelists' engagement with the process, but also with those of you around the table who've been very active and posed some interesting challenges and points. So it's been a valuable discussion. Thank you all. We are beyond time, but as we depart, please, in the traditional way, show your appreciation for our esteemed panelists. Thank you very much.
invite those who need them to reach for your translation or interpretation device. English will be on channel 1. Deputy Prime Minister, the podium is yours.
Dr. Bastian Gigerich, Director General and Chief Executive of IISS. Excellency, distinguished delegates, first and foremost, I would like to convey my most sincere appreciation to the International Institute for Strategic Studies for providing me the opportunity to share my perspective on building cooperative security in the Asia-Pacific. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government and the Ministry of Defense of Singapore for their warm hospitality extended to me and my delegations. The Asia-Pacific region has entered a turbulent era in international affairs as the current security landscape is viewed by most as increasingly uncertain, deteriorating, and become more volatile. Although direct military conflict seems remote, unintentional conflicts and escalation risks are arising, especially due to many existing hotspot issues and potential miscalculations. Immediate security concerns remain long and troubling, including a growing set of non-traditional and human security vulnerability related to transnational issues such as climate change, water resources, and food to energy and disease, terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking and smuggling to risk of traditional security threat, including heightened geopolitical competitions, unresolved territorial disputes, and the continued proliferation of arms race and unregulated technologies, among others. The world today is more interdependent than ever before. This creates both risk and opportunity. By seizing this opportunity effectively, we can thrive collectively. But if we view this as a zero-sum game, then the world will miss the opportunity to create lasting peace and prosperity. Interdependence also means that security is interconnected and that the threats to one country can have implications for others. What happens at one corner of the world will inevitably affect other regions on the other side of the globe. Evidently, what happens in Ukraine and the Middle East also affected the livelihood of the world population. The energy price has risen, and also the price of the food and other commodities. This has resulted in hardship for many people around the world. Excellency, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, the concern that I have raised and the threat that have been enumerated above are not new, but what I want to highlight on this panel today is how small and medium country like Cambodia view these problems from our angle. In general, small and medium countries lack of the capability of influencing. As a result, we also have a different perspective. Instead of prioritizing coercion and confrontation, we support dialogue and consultation instead of tit-for-tat action, and prefer compromise to seek a win-win solutions. From our perspective, the new initiative or cooperative security grouping shall be established toward serving peace and development in the region. We are fortunate in our region for having ASEAN as a driving force and synergy mechanism to deal with problems following our unique worldview and perspectives. When our partners and other countries are interested in our region, ASEAN was able to come up with its own ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacifics, which prioritize peace, development, and prosperity based on the principle of mutual respect, dialogue, and consultation. While the situation in Myanmar remains one of the most concerning issues, we still agree on the 5-point consensus, which remain the aspiration to resolve the problem. The South China Sea issue is another difficult topic, but ASEAN ought to be positively viewed as it's sustaining the effort of maximizing self-restraint, peaceful solutions, and the construction of an effective code of conduct. Obviously, advancements in these matters are not as rapid as desired. However, this gradual pace is intrinsic to the ASEAN way, which emphasizes constructive consultation, as the alternative could be both expensive and potentially counterproductive. We urge all partners to be patient and work together with ASEAN to resolve the problem and prevent it from escalating or worsening. While not acknowledging that building cooperative security is important for peace and security, advancing existing multilateralism such as ASEAN-centered regionalism in the Asia-Pacific should be a priority. We should strengthen and leverage the convening power of ASEAN to help promote trust and confidence, as well as solidarity and cooperation in the region. ASEAN remains the foremost dialogue platform for promising cooperative security in the Asia-Pacific due to its principles of openness, inclusion, and transparency. As a member of ASEAN, Cambodia wishes to see ASEAN partners continue to uphold ASEAN centrality and unity. The division of ASEAN will lead to detrimental outcomes, not only for ASEAN members, but also for others in the entire Asia-Pacific region. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia is very proud of being able to specifically and appropriately contribute to regional effort toward firm security and peace since the first day of its ASEAN membership. Over the year, we have provided constructive and significant contributions to the ASEAN's cooperation in all aspects. It was under Cambodia's chairmanship in 2002 that ASEAN was able to conclude the DOC. During Cambodia's chairmanship in 2012, our Prime Minister Somdech Techo Hun Sen initiated the establishment of the ASEAN Regional Mine Action Center to serve as a center of excellence on matters related to mines and explosive remnant of war for ASEAN member states. In 2022, Cambodia also initiated 3 practical initiatives to enhance practical cooperation within ASEAN, namely the area of cross-border pandemic cooperation, enhancing support for ASEAN women peacekeepers, and ASEAN defense education collaborations. These initiatives are now being implemented and we hope that for the opportunity to collaborate with other partners to enhance the implementation of this initiative, especially the enhancement of support for women, peace, security agenda. Subdirector Aung San repeatedly talked with the Myanmar leaders to underline the importance of implementing the 5-point consensus. These gestures testify to our goodwill and commitment as an ASEAN family to help Myanmar end the crisis and bring the situation to normalcy. Furthermore, Cambodia's contribute to cooperative security is primarily through leveraging the United Nations framework and ASEAN-led mechanisms. Since 2006, more than 9,500 Cambodian peacekeepers serve in 9 countries under the United Nations framework. Currently, 639 Cambodian troops out of the 124 are women, are deployed to South Sudan, Lebanon, and the Central African Republic. We also have our officers serving as UN staff in Democratic Republic of Congo and UN Interim Security Force Abai. In terms of women peacekeeper, Cambodia ranked number 1 in ASEAN and number 11 among all troop contributing countries. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in this fluid and fast-evolving geopolitical dynamic, it is crucially important to recognize the value, the rights of smaller states and safeguard their sovereignty and independence. Cambodia emphasizes and supports the significance of multilateralism through the framework of international and ASEAN-led organizations to ensuring that we all can achieve cooperative mechanisms that produce common benefit. Our peace and development depend on the respect of international law, especially the UN Charter and ASEAN Charter. Samdech Mahabawor Theppaday Hunmanat, Prime Minister of Cambodia, has made clear that Cambodia is committed to a rule-based international order. Moving into the future, Cambodia will continue its notable contribution to the UN peacekeeping operations, thereby further solidifying its commitment to global peace and security. We will continue to support any multilateral action, especially based on negotiation, dialogue, consultation that can contribute positively to resolve regional and global conflicts based on peaceful and win-win solution and mutual respect. Thank you for your kind attention.
Minister, thank you very much for those remarks and for outlining your perspective on the wide range of challenges that you touched upon and the importance you attach to ASEAN and other mechanisms to safeguard rights, sovereignty, and help build trust and solidarity. I think those are points that people will want to come back to in our Q&A. May I invite Mr. Mars, please, over to you.
Well, can I thank the IISS for convening the 21st Shangri-La Dialogue, the third that I have attended as Australia's Defence Minister. And I'd like to acknowledge the generational leadership change in our host country, Singapore. The Indo-Pacific can now continue to benefit from the experience and the wisdom of Senior Minister Lee in the years ahead, as we look forward to working closely with Prime Minister Wong. And we do this as next year, Australia prepares to mark the 10th anniversary of the Australia-Singapore Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. There is a new era of strategic competition that is reshaping our world and our region. Commentators have framed it in many different ways. East versus West, North versus South, democracy versus autocracy. These frames obscure more than they clarify. At the centre of this competition is quite simply the global rules-based order. There are those that are sceptical about this order, that at times it has broken under the pressure of human contest is a fact Southeast Asia understands better than most. And yet, for all its failings, we are far better off with it than without it. Our challenge is not to discard the imperfect, but rather to make the promise of an ideal better. Because if we let it go, the world will deeply regret its disintegration. The global rules-based order is not just a device, as some would cynically suggest, to protect the prerogatives of great powers and to prevent the rise of new ones. Rather, at its core is a 200-year project to build a global system that is open and inclusive, an order that is based on rules as much as it is on power, and which seeks to balance the concepts of sovereignty and territorial integrity with the ideas of liberty and equality. And the global rules-based order is not just a Western project. Many thinkers from China, India, Africa, and from across the global South have been central to its formation. Despite its imperfections, this order has come to oversee human activity around the world, as diverse as nuclear non-proliferation, managing global financial risk and international transport by sea and by air. Critically, it has managed the global trading regime that has improved access to markets for developing countries. It has enabled the development of manufacturing not just in the global north, but in the global south. It has created an interdependent network of global supply chains, and in the process of all of this, it has fostered the greatest wealth creation in history. The global rules-based order has helped offset the advantages of the superpowers by giving agency to smaller states. Now, invocations of this order can often be glib, but dismissals of it can be equally shallow and cynical. And we need to think hard about this, because today the global rules-based order is under increasing pressure. We cannot take peace and prosperity of our region for granted. Over the past year, this pressure has increased. With increasing horror and grief, we have watched the unfolding tragedy in Israel and Gaza. When Hamas executed its horrific act of violence on October 7, it was aiming to stymie an accord between Israel and the leading Arab powers. In the process, the hopes of a two-state solution have become much more distant. To be clear, in Australia's view, it is imperative that Hamas not succeed. We call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of hostages, increased humanitarian relief for the civilians of Gaza, and steps towards a two-state solution in which Israel and Palestine live in peace together within agreed borders. As our recent vote at the UN General Assembly demonstrates, Australia seeks to build momentum for this goal alongside our regional partners. And we've been clear that all parties must comply with international law. Israel must comply with the binding orders of the International Court of Justice, including to enable the provision of basic services and humanitarian assistance at scale. And we've made clear that Australia respects the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, and the important role they play in upholding international law and the global rules-based order. If that order is to apply anywhere, it needs to apply everywhere. At the same time, Australia's position must not be taken as any kind of acceptance of a moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. Clearly, there is none. Israel is a democratic state. Hamas is a terrorist organisation. Over the last year, we have also witnessed a continued insistence by an increasingly militarised Russia to wage a brutal war against Ukraine, seeking to extinguish Ukraine's sovereignty and the lives and aspirations of its people. Senior figures in Russia even muse about using nuclear weapons and invading other European countries. Russia is a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council that has attacked another country and is threatening to use nuclear weapons if it does not get its way. In truth, it is not the security that drives Russia, but a quest to reclaim a lost empire. It aims to reverse the post-Cold War security order in Europe and, by extension, refashion how the world operates. It aims to shift the global rules-based order from one that seeks to strike a careful balance between sovereignty and liberty, between rules and power, to one that is based on power alone. Russia wants to take us back to a world where spheres of interest reign, where only great powers are truly sovereign and their actions are above any law. That North Korea and Iran have chosen to become Russia's strategic partners in this mission is perhaps not surprising. Both are internationally isolated for their profoundly disruptive behaviour, not least their persistence with nuclear programs in defiance of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. But the deeper question is the implications of China's strategic partnership with Russia, given Russia's current malign and violent path. Vladimir Putin's actions have made Russia a pariah. But China is the world's second largest economy and the major trading partner for Europe and for the United States. It's a great power whose culture, innovation and drive benefits the world in so many ways. Beijing aspires to regional and global leadership. Chinese officials now staff and increasingly lead multilateral institutions that perform the core functions of the global rules-based order. At the same time, China is building a military capability, including a nuclear weapons force that seeks to be on par with the United States. So China's support for Russia raises important questions about the role that it intends to play as a global actor. As China steps up to a larger role, it must accept, like all great powers, that there will be much greater scrutiny on the way it uses its strength and which countries it chooses to partner with. Acceptance of such restraints is the key to any successful and durable international order. Russia has made clear it accepts no restraints. So it is important China sets out a counterexample, that the exercise of Chinese power exhibits the characteristics necessary for our shared prosperity and security, respect for agreed rules and norms, where trade and investment flow according to agreed rules and binding treaty commitments, and where disputes among states are resolved via dialogue and in accordance with international law. There has been a view, sometimes expressed by Chinese officials, that its strategic partnership with Russia is a necessary buffer against anti-China hostility. That is totally wrong. The economic rise of China has raised hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. In the process, it has been a source of economic prosperity for many countries around the world, and that very much includes Australia. There is no indelible hostility to China. It is about how we build a safer world and a safer region. China making clear in word and deed, that it does not support the invasion of a sovereign country in violation of the UN Charter, consistent with China's own long-standing commitment to the Charter's founding principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, would be a huge vote of confidence in Chinese regional and global leadership. And the importance of this can't be overstated. Confidence and indeed trust in Chinese intent will be the single most important ingredient to the maintenance of the global rules-based order. And by extension, it will be at the heart of building a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. A stable and sustainable regional order won't be possible unless all countries, but especially big ones, pursue their strategic objectives in a manner that respects the sovereign rights of our neighbours and the obligations imposed by international law. And that's why we must pay attention to China's strategic behaviour and the signals that it sends. Actions by Chinese vessels in the West Philippine Sea, such as the use of water cannons and the ramming of Philippine vessels, are a serious escalation of tensions and inconsistent with UNCLOS and the final and binding 2016 South China Sea arbitration ruling. China's behaviour towards Taiwan creates similar concerns. PLA exercises that practice attacks and blockades of Taiwan do not inspire confidence that China prioritises or is planning for a peaceful settlement to the status of the island and its 22 million people. That the PLA has made a record number of incursions across the median line in the Taiwan Strait this year is part of this increasing concerning trend. The Australian Navy has also experienced recent unsafe and unprofessional behaviour by the PLA Navy and the PLA Air Force. Now, I want to stress that the great bulk of the PLA's interaction with the Australian Defence Force are safe and professional. But the size and the speed of PLA development means that interaction is occurring much more frequently. And activities that the Australian Defence Force has conducted in the region for decades, safely and consistent with international law, are increasingly contested by the PLA. The activation of sonar, while Australian naval divers were in the water in the East China Sea in November, and the release of flares in the path of a naval helicopter last month posed a serious risk of injury to our personnel while they were enforcing UN Security Council sanctions against North Korea. In the face of these multiple sources of tension, it's even more imperative that every country plays its part in managing increasing strategic risk. The reliance on security architecture, whether existing or new, is not enough. The lesson of Russia's invasion of Ukraine is that our agreements, treaties and alliances are only as good as the hard power that backs them up. Developing military capability has its place, and in Australia's case, our annual defence spending will almost double over the coming decade to $100 billion and around 2.4% of GDP. In addition to each nation's individual capabilities, all nations need to invest in a form of collective deterrence. We cannot just appeal to the great powers to conduct strategic competition responsibly. That is too passive. Rather, we should seek, through our own national capabilities and regional architecture, to build a sustainable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific in which no one country in our region is militarily dominant. We must seek a set of conditions in the Indo-Pacific which constrain and ultimately preclude military options as a tool to seize or gain territory by ensuring that the risk of force outweigh any perceived benefit. Australia sees its investment in national defence capabilities as a necessary and prudent contribution to that balance. And we must all deepen our network of strategic partnerships in the Indo-Pacific that more effectively integrate our capabilities. This, of course, has a strong bilateral dimension. Australia is deepening its alliance with the United States, including through enhanced force posture cooperation in Australia, as we welcome recent US force posture enhancements in Japan, the Philippines and elsewhere. But Australia is also expanding its defence relationships with Japan, Korea, India, Indonesia, Singapore, the Philippines, Vietnam and other partners in Southeast Asia. These relationships have in fact never been stronger, reflecting how we are all making choices about how to strengthen regional resilience. But this network effect has to have a strong multilateral dimension as well. And ASEAN is the key to this. Australia was honoured to commemorate 50 years as ASEAN's first dialogue partner during the special summit in Melbourne in March. ASEAN cohesion has constituted one of the greatest strategic assets for the region over the past half-century, and long may it continue to do so. New formations will matter as well, and they'll have different functions, some normative, some about capability, some about security, and others about industry integration. Building more resilient supply chains is a key priority for Australia, which is why I'm endorsing at this dialogue the statement of principles to strengthen the region's defence industrial bases. The point of these new groupings is to foster a constellation of states that act as a force multiplier for our collective security, by not only helping us advance our own national capabilities, but also contribute to the networking effect that we all seek. And we need to recognise that all strategic theatres are interdependent now. Just as our economies depend on global supply chains, our strategic environments hinge on what happens in other parts of the world. Applying an exclusively geographic lens to our security challenges won't work. How the war ends in Ukraine will matter to how countries assess their own military options, especially for Russia's strategic partners. And that's why a greater European voice in Indo-Pacific affairs is important, and why we must heed what happens outside our own region. Crucially, we need to make common cause with those states that seek to uphold rules that constrain the use of force, protect civilians, and hold abusers to account irrespective of geography. Finally, we cannot underestimate the importance of astute diplomacy and the requirement to invest in strategic reassurance. The risk with any deterrence strategy is that in seeking to prevent conflict, states miscommunicate and end up provoking one. And this will place a much greater premium on maintaining clear communication channels at every level. We cannot afford a lack of clarity in strategic intent. So let me be clear about Australia's intent. A stable and sustainable strategic order in the Indo-Pacific cannot be contingent on the internal order of states or on illegitimate concepts such as containment. But equally, that order cannot develop in a strategic environment where sovereign rights and international law are ignored, especially by great powers. We must commit to the work of norm building that allows us to navigate this high-risk period without conflict or coercion, where all countries are free to pursue their national interests and where disputes are resolved through dialogue and in accordance with international law. This is the essence of the global rules-based order, and its maintenance must be the collective mission of us all. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, Minister, thank you very much for that clear statement. I think it was very interesting how you described and assessed the interplay of the security architecture, its mechanisms, military capability, and deterrence, clear thinking on deterrence, and finally the need for astute diplomacy. So I think that's a very good framework for us to work in. May I ask the High Representative, Josep Borrell, to please take the floor and offer his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your invitation and thank you for your attention. In the interest of time, I will go directly to the subject. There are many things that happen around the world, and some of them in our immediate neighborhood. but I will resist the temptation of talking about them and to focus on the title of this panel. And I want to make 2 points about the European Union approach to security and the cooperative answer to the security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. First, stress how important is the security in the Pacific for Europe. Second, why and how the European Union in the current geopolitical context is a valuable and credible piece of the regional security architecture through cooperation, tailored partnerships based on common trust. First, why is the Indo-Pacific important for us in the current geopolitical context? We have to look at each other in a more comprehensive way than not simply through economic lenses, because the strategic and economic interests are more than ever intertwined. Economy and strategy are the two sides of the same coin. And now the Indo-Pacific is the beating heart of the world. We are 15% of the world trade. The Indo-Pacific accounts for 45% of the world trade. Altogether, combined, we are about 2/3 of the world trade. The security in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific are increasingly interlinked. Your security is an important part of our security. The China's so-called no-limit partnership with Russia, although everything has limits, and the military support of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to Russia's invasion of Ukraine shows the direct impact on European security with the prolongation of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. 40% of our trade passes through the South China Sea. That's why avoiding tension in South China Sea or the Taiwan Straits are of the utmost importance for us. And here, today, I've been listening to different approaches to and different evaluation of these tensions in the South China Sea, but certainly they are. All this happens in an international context in which we are confronted by the return in both Europe and Asia to a challenging interstate rivalry, which is taking place through different modalities, from war, interstate war, high-intensity conventional war, as the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, where one country is trying to crush its neighbor in a blatant violation of international law. I do agree that it is not the only place where international law is being violated. It's not the only one. And that's why we need to be consistent with our principles and prevent the practice of double standards. Yes, in Gaza we have a clear situation where we have to avoid double standards. And if we applaud when the International Criminal Court acts against Putin, we should be able to do the same thing when the same court acts against other actors in the Middle East. Second, there is the just economic rivalry with the weaponization of trade, including strains on global shipping and on supply chains, which are vital for both Europe and Asia. And third, just interstate political rivalry, which leads to political realignment and certainly heading strategies. The second issue is, in face of all this, how we are adjusting our strategy and our offer to the region, what the European Union are offering to the region. in order to build a cooperative approach to security. We are a geopolitical actor with no hidden agenda, with a strong commitment to security based on international law and the United Nations Charter, and we have a significant experience on conflict and crisis management. That's why I think we can offer a unique contribution to the security on the Indo-Pacific, and we presented a strategy on that issue on 2021. And after the invasion of Ukraine came, we are gradually accepting the idea that we have to take charge of our own security. In 2022, we published a strategic compass, which is our first EU strategy on security and defense. We know we have a lot to do, a lot to achieve, but certainly the age of the era of strategic naivete is over. And that's why we are multiplying our partnerships with the region, and more precisely, security and defense partnerships that are currently being negotiated with two key partners, as well as the important memorandum of understanding signed last week with Australia on critical raw materials. Yes, it has been this morning, your security is also our security. That's fully true. And in regard to all this, I would like to convey three messages from Europe. We are a credible and committed partner in security and defense. Last year I said, I want to repeat this year, that we are a smart security enabler. This means that the European Union has a know-how and added value in non-traditional security domains, and we are willing to build close cooperations on these areas. In cyber, in disinformation and foreign interference, in the maritime domain, where we launch several Navy operations, Aspides in the Red Sea to protect American vessels, in Atalanta in the northwestern Indian Ocean, and we contribute to maritime security awareness. We also develop cooperations in economic security, on non-proliferation and disarmament, on counter-terrorism, and in space. And second, Europe is the principal entity. We believe in some basic principles, and we try to be consistent with them. We are far from being perfect, and certainly important questions are being put about what's happening in Ukraine, in Gaza, and in the South China Sea. The important thing is not to say that people have to abide to international law and to fulfill the humanitarian law when they are at war. The question is, what happens if they don't? What's happening when they don't? And in some cases, it's clearly they are not doing. This is the real question that the international community has to be able to answer. We will look at the better way of doing that, building cooperation and avoiding confrontation. Our member states rarely opposes major resolutions at the United Nations Security Council. And those who have a veto power do not use it. And third, last one, Europe has to learn from Asia. You know how much this region is innovating and creating value. I am always interested by the views of the ASEAN, and in particular of the Singapore friends. When they talk about Asia, it's because they have the capacity of carrying an Asian vision of the world, the coming world, while remaining closer to the West, to us, to the Europeans. So let's work together and learn from each other. Thank you.
Representative, thank you very much. I think it's very useful to hear from you how you describe the importance of this region for the EU, how you describe the interest of the EU in this region, but also how you, what you outlined, or how you describe the offer that the EU can make. I think, again, there are lots of themes we might want to discuss. And we will now have a good 40 minutes for discussion and for questions. Just a reminder, two-step process: insert your delegate badge, press the button, you will get into the queue, which is already at a good size here, so we can get going. We will take a few questions and group them together. Maybe we'll take a few in a go before I return to the panel for some answers, and then we'll get a second group of questions in. I'll start with a question from Josh Rogan of the United States. Josh, you're live.
Thank you so much. This question is for High Representative Borrell. In a trip to Brussels last week, Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell said that China is engaged in a sustained, comprehensive effort backed up by its own leadership designed to give Russia every support behind the scenes that will allow them to reconstitute elements of their military force. He also said that the Chinese were surreptitiously abetting the most destabilizing war in Europe since the Second World War. As you know, the European Union has listed 4 Chinese companies in a package of sanctions in February. But since then, by all accounts, Chinese dual use and other support for Russia's military has only increased. Is the EU prepared to respond to these developments with more sanctions, perhaps during the NATO summit next month in Washington? Is the EU response slowed by the threat by China of economic retaliation? And can China and the EU maintain a normal relationship under these circumstances? Thank you.
Josh, thank you very much. We'll take a few more questions, but our representative will have taken note of that specific angle there. Can I please ask from Australia and the Young Leaders Group, Jennifer Parker?
Thank you. My question is for the Deputy Prime Minister of Cambodia. Thank you for your talk. You spoke a lot about ASEAN cooperative security, and you really couched some of the regional challenges in the view of strategic competition. There's also been a theme of international law, so I'd like to ask, what is Cambodia's position on whether the 9-dash line claimed by China in the South China Sea is consistent with international law? And if it's not consistent with international law, why haven't we seen a broader statement from ASEAN on this point?
Thank you very much for that question, and we'll go next to, from the UK and the IISS, Fenella McCurdy, please.
Thank you, Bastian. My question is for the Australian Minister of Defence. It's related to how the role that defence industrial development plays in the ongoing cooperative efforts. So as countries look to bolster their capabilities, which you welcomed in terms of bolstering deterrence, does it present opportunities for greater collaboration or perhaps challenges as countries will increasingly compete with each other for programs going forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from China, Senior Colonel Han Wen-ge. Your microphone is live.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yes. I have some questions for the Australian minister. And if I'm not wrong, since 1980s, there were a lot of expressions of China's threat. Even at the time, China's military expenditure just equal to 5 or 6% of Americans. The fact is, since the end of Cold War, China has never waged war against its neighboring countries. On the contrary, China cooperated with local partners to get mutual understanding and economic prosperity in the last 40 years. Of course, as a sovereign country, China has the natural rights to defend its national security, including territorial integration and the maritime privilege, according to historical facts and international law. Today, I think we talk too much about the possibilities of personal deaths, 1 or 2, maybe, who knows, in the South China Sea, but ignore the genocide happening in Gaza. Thousands of women and children are dying. And China also put forward global security initiative years before. But would you like to listen? Thank you. I have no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. We'll turn now to
Progress 88 spacecraft.